Good day and good evening, and welcome to Smol Kai's Side Quest with me, Caetsu Chaiji, but you can just call me Kai. Tonight, well, we're aiming to finish leveling Astrologian, so we are actually starting to get all those tasks done on the list, just in time for Dawn Trail. Now, with that said, hey Lexi, hey Gazel, hey Shaq, hey Saras, hey Matsuro, hey Aridel, hey Jason, hey Zach, and hey Bob. Hope you're all doing very well. I'm just, as usual, we're logging in on Alpha, just to check on retainers. And then we go to Ravana on Materia. Well, the thing is, Zach, that the different stances weren't as amazingly impactful on a fight as you'd think. By which I mean, the only thing that the different stances allowed Astrologian to do that you can't do now is you used to be able to, like, you could only switch mode while not in combat. That's the big one. Because you could only switch when not in combat, it meant that, well, you only used this whole feature to choose your mode based on whatever the other healer was. Which means that, hypothetically, if, for whatever reason, Astrologian had kept their stances into Endwalker, then what that would have meant is that if you queued into like a random duty, there's a random one, and like it was a 2-healer duty, if your co-healer was a white mage, or potentially another Astrologian, then you would, if it was a white mage, you'd switch to Nocturnal Sect, which was the shield sect. Well then, that's a good start. I didn't mean to do that. Excellent start. By the way, hey Philippe, Ilana, and Derby, hope you're doing well. Anyway, you would switch to, if your co-healer was a pure healer, essentially, you would switch to Nocturnal Sect, turning you into a barrier healer. Effectively. And if your co-healer was a barrier healer, then you would choose Diurnal Sect to turn into a pure healer. Oh boy, this again. I feel like I had fixed this, like I'd done this recently, but I guess not. So what that means is, if your co-healer was a white mage, you would choose Nocturnal Sect. If your co-healer was another Astrologian, one of you would choose Nocturnal Sect. And if your co-healer was a sage or a scholar, you would choose Diurnal Sect. And if you were solo healing something, like a dungeon, while you could choose Nocturnal Sect, like 9 times out of 10, Diurnal Sect was better. The key here is that old Astrologian kind of highlighted, in a way, the real difference between a pure healer and a barrier healer. Because when you were in Diurnal Sect, Aspected Benefic basically heals for like 1,500 or 1,800 potency in total. When you were in Nocturnal Sect, it was like like, the healing plus the barrier combined was like 700 potency combined, maybe less. But it also cost 2.5 times more. Like, it was basically an instant, slightly different version of Adloquium that you could not deployment tactics. So if you were in a dungeon, you'd rather be Diurnal Sect, because then you could, you could use the more powerful healing options. So, like, it was, like, Nocturnal Sect was mostly there as, like, a backup solution when things, like, when you had to switch mode. Hey, Silent Hill, hope you're doing well. Says, in your opinion, which tank will be the most played tank at the beginning of the expansion? Well, I've seen that apparently Warrior can tank with no healer the first dungeon. So I could already imagine that Warrior will be very popular. However, I don't know what would make either tank more popular. All four of them get some cool stuff. I would imagine, honestly, that for the most part, we're not going to see, like... For the most part, I don't think we're going to see anyone who's, like, for example, a staunch warrior main go, well, I'm playing Paladin next expansion, or I'm playing Dark Knight, or Gunbreaker next expansion, because I'm... I get the impression that the warrior mains are happy with what they got, the Paladin mains are happy with what they got, the Dark Knight mains are happy with what they got, and the Gunbreaker mains are happy with what they got. And to suddenly flip and switch to a different tank, you'd probably have to be somewhat dissatisfied with what you had already. There's probably going to be some changes, but I think, like, whatever distribution we have already is going to stick. I'm not sure what tank is most popular, and something like FF logs is not going to be very helpful for that, because there's going to be more representation on FF logs of jobs that are, you know, more powerful in a raid setting, for example. There could be, like, a skew there. Also, hey, Gleaming and Traverse, and DP and Zip, and Calder and Darth. Hope you're all doing well. Gleaming and Calder is saying something about Dark Knight. Are you not happy with what Dark Knight is getting? What part of it is it that you're not happy with? Personally, I'll say personally, I'm not that excited for the new 2-minute cooldown. Like, it's just, like, I'm going to use it just the same, right? It's like that one doesn't do anything for me. Elder says, I feel like Dark Knight just got more warrior-ish. It's hard to put into words. I feel like the new things that Dark Knight got has nothing to do with warrior. Like, in this particular instance, I feel like the things they changed for Dawn Trail didn't make it more warrior. They just didn't make it less warrior. Zero gauge management is also incorrect, because you'd still want to stockpile blood gauge for your burst. Like, you'd still want to do that. It's just that now you don't need to save 50 for Living Shadow. Now you save 100 for Blood Spiller. Like, that doesn't change. Like, it might shock you, but it's also beneficial to stockpile MP for bursts. Just because you don't have a damage cooldown doesn't mean that Red Mage over there can't use Embolden to boost your Blood Spillers. Like, if you think that they no longer have any gauge management because Living Shadow is free, then you missed something. Like, a key selling point of Dark Knight is the burst. Where, like, every 2 minutes you just go blah, for like 20 seconds. And Warrior just sits there going Fellcleave! Fellcleave! Yeah, it's less punishing. Does that matter? Feels like it goes completely against what Ishida-san said in that interview, that games need friction to be fun. Well, I suppose so. I don't know. Something that I can say is that based on some polling I've done recently, it seems that Dark Knight and Gunbreaker are, like, by a huge margin, considered the hardest tanks to play. Removing the cost from Living Shadow, removing the damage from Plunge, these things free up Dark Knight a little bit. Specifically, the cost removal doesn't change much, it just means you click Bloodspiller one extra time during your burst. Like, ultimately, it only punishes bad Dark Knights. No, doesn't punish good Dark Knights, because the good, really good Dark Knights wouldn't be saving 50 blood gauge for Living Shadow. They'd be saving 100, you know, for the whole burst, so it doesn't change anything for them. They're just like, okay, I'll use Bloodspiller one extra time, I guess. The plunge part? Well, I mean, they get a use of this new ability called Disesteem, which takes up 1 extra OGCD. Plunge takes 2 away, but as it stands, Dark Knight was already perfectly capable of filling out every single OGCD slot they had in a 15-second burst window. Like, they already had too much stuff to do. So them taking 2 plunges away and then adding something else, it doesn't really change much for your burst, it just changes which button you press. And they also, like, them also combining Blood Weapon and Delirium, like, that one doesn't, like, I mean, it means it removes some control, but I also feel like having those 2 as separate buttons was unneeded. And I mean, Gleaming, I don't entirely agree with that. In my opinion, there should be rotations of all difficulty levels. Because if the difficulty comes from the boss fights alone, then there are some players who are going to be dreadfully bored. And it would also make the whole, all the casual content is boring for the more hardcore players even worse. Because, like, at least if there's a difficult, complex job, they can get some fun out of it that way. The game should uninstall itself if you drift change stratagem. Wow. But yeah, personally, like, I spent 5 hours talking about this Thursday. I think that all of the jobs got something cool. Yes, some people, like, some jobs didn't get as cool stuff as others. But, like, the thing is, you win some, you lose some. Also, hey, look at the Magi and BSI and Obama. We all doing very well. The thing is, Calder, I'm just saying that I have seen all of the changes to Dark Knight, and what I see is Living Shadow losing its cost does not make it feel more warrior-like. Combining Delirium and Blood Weapon doesn't make it feel more warrior-like. Like, in what way? Inner Release doesn't generate any resources. You basically lost your equivalent of Infuriate because the closer you'd get to that is Blood Weapon, right? So you actually became slightly less warrior-like? If what you mean is, well, we lost OGCDs, you lost 1. Because you lost 2 and gained at least 1. In the burst, because usually you use Blood Weapon before the burst. So, you know. So it's not that bad. But if you feel like it has become more warrior-like, that's of course unfortunate. But that's how I see it. I don't feel like it's gotten more warrior-like because what would require, like, what would it take to make it more warrior-like? If they'd removed, like, if they'd made it so that Edge of Shadow was gone, if they'd removed that and given you an alternative combo finisher that gave you Dark Side, or called that Edge of Shadow and just made it a weapon skill, then I'd agree with you, because then they've just given them Storm's Eye. Like, I will say, Dark Knight is very warrior-like because of, you know, how Delirium is similar to Inner Release. But I feel like they're different enough. And I don't feel like they became more similar with Dawn Trail. Now, with that said, I think we will start with Trials Roulette. If you'd like to join me for Trials Roulette, come on over to me. Also, wow, there's another gathering over there. One more person. Well, yeah, exactly, Gleaming. The thing is, if all job rotations were easy and the difficulty came from the combat, then someone like me, who might not want to dedicate the time to do Savage raiding, would be extremely bored. I think some of the fun is specifically in the challenge of the rotations. So I would actually prefer it if they made, like, if they made all of the rotations like medium difficulty, at least, and then, you know, adjusted the fight difficulty to match. But the thing is, they can make all levels of difficulty of jobs and then make all difficulties of content, and then everyone's happy. Gleaming says, I kind of like the feeling when I move to a new job and I go, oh, I get it. This is Delirium. You know, you actually have a point. Because Delirium is like one of the biggest quote-unquote problems with the Dark Knight being similar to Warrior. Because Delirium, since Shadowbringers, has been like discount Inner Release. Like, it's always been discount Inner Release because it's Inner Release, except it doesn't make your attacks crit and all that. And now that you mention it, a lot of jobs have Delirium, right? Like, a lot of jobs kind of have Delirium. Paladin clicks Requiescat and gets a 4-step combo. Like they just open a box and go, oh, look, that's Delirium. Gunbreaker, well, I mean, in Dawn Trail, they click Bloodfest and they get the Lionheart combo. That's kinda Delirium, right? And Yeah, exactly, Gazel. White Mage's presence of mind in Dawn Trail will give you 3 upgraded glares. That's basically Delirium, right? We still have 1 space for trials if anyone wants to join. So yeah, that is actually a good point. The whole Dark Knight is similar to Warrior because they basically have discount inner release. Isn't as bad, I guess, when you realize that a lot of jobs have inner release and Delirium. Like, it's not that unique. And that could also beat us. Reassemble is my life surge, indeed. Do we not have an 8th player? We have 1 space for trial roulette. If you want to come to me. Do we have to go a 7? Thoughts on Ninja? I mean, I don't feel like that much changed for Ninja in it, like, existing. It looks like they upgraded some things. Like, they upgraded some things. But I feel like Ninja is mostly as it has always been. Well, not anymore, Rudnius. We just got one. The biggest thing they changed with Ninja is that the Houton buff is made passive, and instead, the things you would, you like maintain Houton with, notably Armor Crush, just makes your 2 next Aeolian Edges better. What exactly that means for the job as a whole, I guess I guess what's going to happen is that outside... I actually don't know. How much do you use Aeolian Age during your burst? Not really, do you? Because you don't really use Aeolian Edge that much during your burst, I don't know. Is there going to be a reason to, stockpile that new resource? Exactly 1. At most 1. So, like, if you just go into your burst with 1 or 2 of the new knife gauge, you're good, right? And you can have 5 of them. So, essentially, if you go down to 2, you use Armor Crush. So you have 4, just in case you need more when your burst comes up. Just in case you need more. And that's also true. I imagine level 15 ninja is going to be a little bit easier. Oh yeah, that's also true. If there's like a phase that boosts your damage, then there could be some benefit to, stockpiling knives so that, or kunais, I suppose, so that you can get more damage out of Aeolian Edge once the damage boost comes in. Like that's true, I suppose. But yeah, level 50 ninja is probably going to be a lot nicer. Because you no longer have to spend... Uh-oh, I think I'm dead. Latency damage! But at level 50 you won't have to maintain Houton because it's not there. Yeah, and you won't have to set up Huton Hide before fight starts anymore. So that's also nice. Philippe says, so Ninja will actually do more damage on the second 2-minute burst because by then you'd have kunais to spend. I'm pretty sure in the opener burst you won't use Aeolian Edge much. Like, I think you finish one Aeolian Edge and then you go into like the burst proper. Although with this change you might use Armor Crush there. Silent Hill says, I can't imagine Viper being chosen as selfish DPS instead of Samurai or Black Mage. To be honest, Samurai and Black Mage are too consolidated at this point for Viper to be able to compete. It's very simple, Silent. They've changed Black Mage so much that many of the things people have learned to optimize Black Mage within Endwalker no longer work in Dawn Trail, so you have to relearn it. And if Viper does as much DPS as Samurai, then it doesn't matter that Viper is the new kid on the block. It's that easy. There's also the part that, aside from like the peak, like super mega peakity peak top peak of players, no one cares. Like, actually, if you actually open a party finder in Dawn Trail for like the first raid week, and you're like proccing on the first boss, Savage, and you're like, only Samurai for melee selfish DPS, I want a Dragoon and a Samurai, then all the Vipers and probably the rest of your group is going to look at you like you're insane. Because it doesn't matter. Unless Viper does so bad damage that it is actually not able to compete, and then there's something else going on, right? That's also the thing that has happened in Endwalker, is that people were like, oh yeah, that job can't Savage raid because it's 1% weaker than the other tanks, or that weaker than the other DPS. In reality, most groups didn't mind. There would be groups that would say no paladins, or no red mages, or no machinists, but those were the ones that were crazy, right? And that's also another thing, Melody. Hypothetically, if when Dawn Trail arrives, it turns out that Viper does more DPS than Samurai, I don't think anyone will care that it doesn't have any defensive cooldown at all. Because Samurai has Third Eye, remember? Exactly. When Paladin was doing really terribly in the first raid tier of Endwalker, there were groups that said no Paladins. There were groups that, when they couldn't beat the Enrage on a boss, they blamed it on the Paladin. But in most situations, that wasn't it. Like, there were other groups that did it fine with Paladin, which means that the real problem was that people were just bad. Also, hey Baron, hope you're doing well. And exactly, the reason why these things happen is because it's very easy to blame it on something else. It's easier to say the reason why we can't beat this boss is because this other player is playing a bad job. I can't remember which boss the problem was with. The point is that I heard problems with it on multiple bosses of both the first and second raid tier. There's a reason why in the first raid tier, Paladin's magic burst got buffed multiple times. Because the problem was Paladin's 2-minute burst sucked compared to the other tanks. Wasn't Paladin in the world first party back then? I don't know. But yeah, exactly, there will be balance patches. It won't happen that Dawntrail arrives and Viper is a dead job because it's worse than all the other jobs. There's actually a higher chance, speaking from experience, because Reaper was kinda nuts right on launch of Endwalker. There's actually a higher chance that Viper will be so good that you can't imagine bringing anything else for your selfish DPS. Right on launch. But it'll mellow out. It'll mellow out and all jobs will be fine. And I can say that for any job, all of the jobs will be fine. The problem might be that some of the jobs might be different. Like a particular observation that people made, like just the other day, is looking at the tooltips. Dragon Kick Monk is dead. Dragon Kick Monk is so dead in Dawntrail that playing your rotation properly, there's supposedly a DPS gain in never using Dragon Kick. Potentially. Because the damage gain from alternating Dragon Kick and Leaping Oppo isn't bigger than just using Leaping Oppo twice. But that is fixed by basically moving like 20 potency. You just move 20 potency somewhere. Problem solved. You're basically Bootshine Monk. I don't know, Silent. I guess it's cool. Anyway, let's do normal raids next. Do we just go with the same group? Or do we have anyone else that also wishes to join? Not necessarily gleaming. Personally, I think I'm thinking of doing the MSQ with a job I've already got at level 90, and then I'll figure out Viper and Pictomancer later. They want people to play Monk correctly. Well, I mean, as I said, they don't have to add much. The problem right now is that it turns out that they made the difference so small that it might be too small. Enjoy your time, Traverse. Yeah, Buzzy, we are on Ravana. Oh boy, I'm sure we'll have no random deaths here. Surely not. Surely not. Any lag? Massively. Massive lag. I'm in Europe. If you see me do a lot of weird things or like clipping my GCD all the time, that's because I'm lagging. I'm lagging like I'm playing on a stable 300 ms. See, Fubuki, the problem with the idea of adding some sort of customization option to the existing jobs is that, and this is the talent tree problem, I've talked about this before, there will be like a percentage of players that'll be like, I like this style of Dark Knight better, and they'll play the one they prefer. Then there will be a gigantic percentage, like actually there will also be a small percentage that'll be like figuring out what the best option is and then just use that one. And then there will be like a massive percentage between those two that'll just look at what is optimal. They'll just Google it and call it a day, which means that adding the options is meaningless because the vast majority of players will just play whatever's best. Like, it's better to add a lot of different, basically different jobs, because then you won't land in this position of choosing the correct way to play your job of choice. I know it sounds silly, because at this point you could almost argue that if they wanted to, they could have probably designed Dark Knight as an alternative specialization of Marauder. Like, they just branch out from Marauder as two different things. But the thing is, because they're not the same in that way, it's not a way players look at it. Oops. But like, the thing is, on the one hand, I would also like customization options. But I also recognize that if we had them, we need 4 players. If we had them, most players wouldn't use them. They'd just choose whatever's best and call it a day. It's the same as a while back, I made a video where I said all the stats in Final Fantasy XIV are boring. You can choose whether you agree or disagree with that. But the thing is, for every player that cares about actually customizing your stats to whatever you like best, there is like 100 or more players that just want the stat priority. Just tell me what I should focus. I don't actually care at all. Just tell me what is best and I'll just do that, please. And for them, it would be a huge disservice to spend a lot of time on giving you options, because that just means that you have a greater capacity to choose wrong. Yeah. We had a bit of a tank switch problem there. Nice. Yeah, exactly, Gazel. Like when you brought the wrong cross-class action back in the day. That was job customization. You could choose which cross-class actions you wanted. But there were 2 correct... there were 4 or 5 correct ones. And if you chose wrong, then you're bad, right? And see, the thing is, Fubuki, that despite this, like, despite the Arcanist thing, the developers have basically said, in some capacity, as far as I recall, that they kind of regret making Arcanist like that. As in retrospect, they might have preferred if Scholar originated from a separate class, now that you think on it. But because it doesn't, it's just weird like that. So that basically suggests that they looked at that and went, nope, that's a bad idea. But that's the thing, I've said the same. That I would have liked it if there were just some choice to make in your jobs, like just something. Like maybe there would be, like, to take Paladin for example, maybe they could have made it so that you could choose between a style that emphasizes weapon skills and a style that emphasizes spells. But the thing is, and that's also the reason why I kind of just went never mind on that, is that I recognize that I would play around with it, but I would ultimately play whichever one did more damage. Like, ultimately, I would choose the one that does more damage. And most players would. Like, genuinely, most players would. The reason why we have these kinds of discussions where people are like, I think that that this job is useless because it does 1% less damage than this other job that fills the same role, is because the average player in Final Fantasy XIV recognizes that the better job probably gets the spot. Which also means that the better build gets the spot. Under the same logic, you can have different Paladin styles, but if one is better than the other, then it doesn't matter whether you call it Paladin and Dark Knight, or Physical Paladin and Magical Paladin. The better one wins. And yeah, exactly, Noble. That is actually the thing I usually point to, is in World of Warcraft, they simplify talent trees because people would just use the optimal build anyway. Then they remove talent trees and try to just give you like 6 impactful options because you just used the optimal build anyway. Then they changed that multiple times because they realized that despite trying to make all those 6 impactful options somewhat equal, there was always a better one, and you would just use whichever was best anyway. And they did that for years, and then at some point they went, whatever, the players say they want talent trees, so let's give them talent trees. Let's also add an option so that you can copy and paste builds from others, because we know that you're just going to copy the best build anyway. And that's also what would have happened in Final Fantasy XIV had you had customization options. Zero says, guess who just met a conjurer in Auburn that was surprised I didn't want to join a BS challenge? Oh boy. Yeah, that's the reason. Like, the thing is, by Final Fantasy XIV having nearly no customization options for combat, and giving you only the choice to play a job or not, they can make sure that all of the jobs are within a decent range of each other, because there's no customization, and all of the builds are, you know, mostly the same. So they can predict with some accuracy how much damage each job is going to do, and they can make sure that all of them are reasonably close in power, and if all of them are reasonably close in power, then everything's viable. And if everything's viable, then the only players that need to care about which one is best are the ones that are trying to beat it first. And they might not even need it. Like, I have heard stories of people participating in the world first races where they have like one outlier job in their group, and like the explanation isn't, well, you see, we figured out that there's this particular part where it's really convenient. No, it's just, well, Bob wanted to play Paladin. Like, that's sometimes what it is. And that's also true, Darth, but the point that I was making was not World of Warcraft shouldn't have any customization options. The point I was trying to make was they used to have extremely vast customization options, and players just copied each other. Then they reduced the amount of customization and made the choices impactful in a way where you could be more free and people would still just do whatever's optimal and copy each other. And the less options you had didn't change anything, because people would always just copy what was best. So basically, what World of Warcraft could have done, like if they had continued down this path of like reducing the customization because you don't care anyway, they would have just made it so that, for example, Hunter just had Beast Mastery, Marksmanship, and Survival. You just choose which one you want. There's only one build. You choose Beastmaster, okay, you're Beastmaster. Can I do some customization? Is there a talent tree or anything? No. You just choose the best ones anyway, so we've chosen them for you. That's basically Final Fantasy XIV. There is no talent tree because they took it from you, filled it out, and threw it in the garbage. And yeah, exactly, Ellie. Given the opportunity, players will optimize the fun out of a game. Precisely. Right, well, Alliance rates never pop at this time. So I guess we're down to 4-man stuff. I'll do this. Wait, actually, I see there's actually conversation in the party chat, so I'll leave. If you would like to join me for leveling roulette, come on over to me. How do I optimize the fun back in? Are you not having fun, BSR? We have many people. I'll keep it in mind so I don't grab the same group every time when we potentially end up spamming. Oops. That one. I've done too much soloing stuff, I guess. And you know, guys, if they added talent trees in some like of some sort, there's a possibility that it would take more than like more to balance like talent trees on each job, like per job, than it would take to have like one extra job. And again, because of how players will optimize the fun out of games, it won't change anything for anyone, because you will figure out what the best build is on that job, and then you'll only play that one. And then they might as well not have given you a new snazzy talent tree. They could have just given you a new job and you'd probably been happier with that when it really comes down to it, right? Like that's the problem. Like, I would love customization in Final Fantasy XIV to, like, play around with and experiment with. But I also know that I would be in the crowd of players that would recognize, oh, well, this is the best build, and then I'd just use that. And then the talent trees might as well not exist. Because I'll never need to look at them again until they add a balance patch or something. And that's why I think it's ultimately The problem I don't know if I can get you to die in time now. A good in-game example is Blue Mage raiding, right? How do you mean? Blue mages that have like 20 mandatory buttons and the 4 remaining ones change based on what is needed for the fight? And yeah, exactly, Dice. They might consider it as Ice Mage. However, it is worth pointing out that Ice Mage is, like, it's not even close to good. Like, they might consider it like Dragon Kick Monk, where Dragon Kick Monk is kinda okay, but clearly worse than not Dragon Kick Monk. I know, no, but we actually talked about that a little earlier. Can we give DPS chance to be second? What do you mean by that, Buzzy? Ow! I could have spent that Lord of Crowns while the ads were still there in retrospect. Something that I liked from Wildstar years ago was that they gave each class in the game 2 different, basically, specializations, but one of them was tank or healer and one of them was DPS. Which meant that it wasn't, I'll just play the better DPS spec. It was, do you want to play DPS or not DPS? These are your options. Which I think is a good thing. There's of course more to it than that, because like you had like a whole like talent tree, but I believe you could basically unlock most of it, like, or a huge portion of it as you played. But you also had, I think it was like 8 buttons, or was it 10? And like, it wasn't like, I'll just add an extra action bar. No, that was all of your buttons. So you had to choose what you would bring. Do you want a defensive cooldown, or do you want something else? Like similar to the 5 and 6 button challenge streams I did. Which meant, like, that's the thing, is that if you think choosing between doing had 1% more crit chance, or your fire magic does 2% more damage or something, is interesting choice. Having to choose between having fireball and having a defensive cooldown, now that's an interesting choice. That's something that makes you think. Is Scholar losing any buttons in Dawn Trail? I don't think I saw them lose anything, no. But I didn't look that closely. Do they still have Fey Illumination? Like, it's not that I'm like, I'm pretty sure they lost that. It's more a case of, if anything just quietly disappeared and no one noticed, it would probably be Fey Illumination, wouldn't it? Hey, Tay. And hey, Dimeji. Hope you're both doing well. Fey Illumination, what's that? Yeah, exactly. Fey Illumination, for those that actually don't know, is a cooldown. I believe it's a 2-minute cooldown. That orders your fairy to use Fey Illumination. I know, amazing. Imagine if I left the explanation with that. Okay, oh, right. So what does that do? Fey Illumination reduces magic damage taken. It uses Fey Illumination, which is a raid buff. It reduces magic damage taken by 5%, and it increases healing received from spells. Magic spells. Healing magic spells. Well, healing magic, which means not abilities, by 10%. Which means, for the Scholar, it only applies to Adloquium and Succor. And Physic, but, you know, it's Physic. And it lasts 20 seconds. Because it only applies to those few buttons, in some respects, you could argue that Fey Illumination is actually a cooldown for the White Mage rather than the Scholar, because it also affects the White Mage's Lily spells. Which would probably be more helpful, when you really think about it. That's not to say there isn't times where you would like to have Fey Illumination as a Scholar, it's just that the Scholar isn't exactly the one known to you know, super spam their healing spells. Indeed, Aerodol, thank you. But because it is so specific, you'd, under most circumstances, use Fey Illumination maybe as a defensive cooldown. Or just randomly when you're like, I don't know what to do. Or if you know you're going to use Adloquium or Succor, maybe you'd use it for that. But it's so specific. Buzzy, this is an alt. I didn't become a Lalafell. This is an alt. This is my second character. It is quite funny that when you go first person, it actually goes down to your actual head position. Imagine having an alt. I know, right? That's actually the reason, Derpy. The reason why I've said that when Dawn Trail hits, I don't know when we'll be playing on Smol Kai again. Because I'll have too much stuff to do on Big Kai. And that's also a very good point, Snowdrop. Is that Guild Wars 2 also technically has talent trees in a way. But what it really means is that you have the opportunity to choose wrong. Which is something I've also talked about before. A lot of people are like, oh, the game was... Final Fantasy XIV was way better back in Heavensward, where you had all of these other abilities that are gone now. I'm just telling you that having Drain in Stormblood, which was a Cheesity that mages could use as a role action, that did garbage damage, but technically healed you, was never a choice you would pick. Like, you'd never choose it, so it just offered a way to choose wrong. Like, that's not Heavensward or Realm Reborn, but Heavensward and Realm Reborn had their own examples of options you should never choose. And it just means, as Snowdrop says, it gives you enough rope to hang yourself with. It just means that giving you the option to choose wrong is what it really gives you. And that's also the whole problem with the the infatuation with optimizing in games, is that ultimately it doesn't matter whether you think, well, I mean, it's 90% as good as the optimal build and I'm having fun. Yeah, but according, like, as far as everyone else can see, you're playing suboptimally and you know it. And because it's an MMO and MMOs are like that, some choosing to play, you know, less than optimally, knowingly, is bad. You know. Drain was sort of useful when you ran out of MP. Drain cost MP and healed you. Didn't give you MP. I'm pretty sure it cost MP. It's not the same as the Drain that Blue Mages had. I'm pretty sure it cost MP? Or do I remember that wrong? I think maybe it was it Break that didn't cost anything? I think we've talked about that, where one of them... No, Gleaming, we are talking about the kind of the same thing. Gazel would not mistake a role action for energy drain. Gazel is our resident scholar main. Gazel knows what energy drain is. I think Break was like someone mentioned that Break was free, so that one might have been useful. Break also did garbage damage, but applied heavy to the target. Oh boy. That's what they call a lot of damage. But yet, basically, as I was getting at, it isn't uncommon for some players to go, yeah, well, back in Heavensward, where we had more options or whatever, the game was way better. But in reality, what you did have more buttons to choose between. It's just that most of those options were something you'd never choose. Like, that's the real problem here, is that you would never choose them. So it just meant that it was a game of do you or do you not know what the correct choice is, which is not interesting. Like, that's also the thing, is that I would love to see that we had more options to choose from, like, to, like, be more creative with the rotation, but it's the same deal as the whole, like, talent tree discussion is, yeah, but we will just figure out what the best option is, and then we'll just do that one, right? So we can do this over and over and over again. Like, all of the customization options will just boil down to, well, the instant you know what is best, people will just do that. Exactly, the illusion of choice. Bunny says, why are so many people saying that the summoner is dead in Dawn Trail? Is something very wrong with that class? No. No, Bunny. Actually, one of the funniest things that I've seen with all of these like job action trader reveals and the media tour stuff is that what we've seen is the summoner players going, we basically got nothing new, our job is dead. The black mage is going, we got so much new stuff, our job is dead. And then warrior sitting in between going, we got an ability that activates when we fell cleave 3 times in a row. Like, there's both sides. Those that got a lot of stuff hate it, and those that got nothing hate it. And there's also all those in between that do not care. So don't worry about it, Bunny. Everything will be fine. Snowdrop says, as you pointed out, it leads to play this or get kicked in harder content, and the only way for developers to rein it in again is to remove most novelty and equalize classes across the board, and that is correct. LA says, Heavensward was so much better, everyone. We had to wait for all cooldowns to fully recharge before the next prog attempt. Ooh, man. Yazzle says, many summoner players asking on the forums why the symbol of destruction, Bahamut, gets a heal. I mean, that's an interesting point, but isn't Solar Bahamut supposed to be, like, a different take on it? Elana says, it's a bit like these WoW players who were like, just before Classic released, you'll all see what hard raids was, not like the nonsense we have today. And then everyone, basically, Molten Core was cleared with, like, half the raid being level 60 at best, and everything else just being whatever they could find, like any player they could scrap off the floor that was near the level range. And that was good enough. Turned out that Molten Core was balanced to be beaten with like 20 players. They just allowed you to bring 40. What's the easiest level 90 gear to get? I have a whole video on that. The answer is go to the market board and buy crafted gear. The gear you're looking for is called Diadocos, like this, and it has to have the golden flash on it indicating that it is high quality. Gleaming, you cannot glam your Ifrit, Titan, and Garuda 2s. Is Bahamut a Alolan form? That's really good. We are genuinely, that's also what I've said, Ilana, is that when people are like, oh yeah, raiding in Heavensward was so much harder and the jobs were so much more complex. I'm just saying that in Heavensward, you were dealing with people drawing meme flowcharts as legitimate guides. Like, you might have seen the meme flowchart of Black Mage from Heavensward. Yeah, that's what you had at times. Like, sure, there were also, like, more elaborate guides, but, like, the thing is... Yeah, John Madden, exactly. The thing is that if Heavensward came out today, as it was, then we would probably already know what the optimal rotation for every single job was, like, in the first week. And we wouldn't run into Living Liquid being a boss where, oh, on Savage, he's actually so strict that the healers have to attack. We wouldn't have run into that because the healers would have been attacking from the start. Because we know that, right? We already know that. So, like, the reason why Heavensward is so much harder is because many of the things that we take for granted that people know today, we didn't know. I can assure you that in Shadowbringers, it was still not that common knowledge, the whole burst phase stuff and all that, because it was more abstract. And in Stormblood, even less so. Like, the further back in time you go, the more true it is that actually aligning your raid buffs was more like an idea that the masters of the game knew how to do. And knowing that, there's a reasonable chance if we actually went back in time, yeah, it would be, like, those fights would be harder than they are now, but they probably would, like, the jobs probably wouldn't be so insanely complicated as they were made out to be, because what was really hard about them is that there was way less players figuring it all out. Exactly, Gleaming. It's the same with Yu-Gi-Oh! For example. When you revisit an old format, it turns out that people figure out a better deck. Like, the same, I think there's like a format in Pokemon where you only use the oldest cards, like Pokemon trading card game, and it, like, the best deck of the era was beaten by some random other deck that someone came up with when revisiting the format. And I believe it wasn't even like, oh yeah, it can win. It was like, oh yeah, total hard counter. So, like, this happens in all games. We think that, oh, it was so much harder. Nah. Nah, it was not. It's just that it felt harder. And I think that it's a lot more obvious when you have things like games that are not MMOs, where where you can easily revisit it, like with a card game or a single player game. Like, I could imagine that if you, like, when the first time you played Dark Souls 1, if you ever did, it's probably a lot harder than if you've played through all of Dark Souls 1, all of Dark Souls 2, all of Dark Souls 3, all of Bloodborne, all of Elden Ring, and then you revisit it in the remaster, and you go, oh, this is not so bad. Did they nerf the game? No, you got better. You got smarter. You got older. Sometimes that's not a benefit. But maybe. Anyway, if you'd like to join me for 5, 6, 7, 8 roulette, come on over to me. What do you mean through all Dark Souls? Don't people all give up at the first boss? I mean, some do, I guess. I think something that a lot of players of these kinds of games might benefit from. Like, it doesn't always solve the problem, but it might help if people were less against, like, using the assist tools that the game provides. Like, things like being able to summon, like, an NPC assistant for certain, like, for boss fights and stuff. That's intended to make it easier when you're having a hard time. But a lot of the time, people are like, no, I don't want to have the easy way. And it's like, well, I mean, you're losing, right? I've talked about that before. That actually choosing the difficulty that is best suited for you probably will make your gaming experience better. Because you'll enjoy it more. And also, truthfully, a lot of the time, it's just that people make it out like it's way harder. Oh, there's actually only 3 mobs. I was like, I'll get the rest of the mobs that I can't see in the blob there by healing our tank. And then nothing appeared. Oh. Where did the mobs go? Did they get eaten by the giant toad? They just get swallowed up in his fat. But yeah, it is often, I think, with games like Dark Souls where people go like, oh, it's way too hard. Sometimes it is because it is very difficult. Sometimes it's because people don't want to learn. They just want to smack the boss with a sword. And sometimes it's because the game wants you to do something in a specific way and you just don't do it. Like, something that I found extremely funny some years ago was, it wasn't uncommon. Like, I heard multiple times that a lot of people didn't like that Grime, which is like a Souls-like side-scroller game. They didn't like that the game felt too hard. There were so many attacks you couldn't dodge and stuff like that. But the first, like, 15 minutes, potentially, of the game, they don't give you a weapon. They teach you how to parry and tell you you kill enemies by parrying them. And only once you've gotten past those, like, 5 to 15 minutes, then they give you an axe. And go, here you go. Now you have a weapon. Yet, I would see people go, like, at like, one of the hardest bosses in the game, be like, this is impossible! And I'm like, are you parrying? Nope. That's why it's impossible. And what I mean by that is that if you're playing a game and the game says jump and you don't say how high, then it's going to be a problem. Especially if the game actually tried to teach you how it's going to ask you to jump. Alright, Lexi, enjoy your time. That is quite interesting, Bokai. I don't know if that's necessarily slow and boring. Personally, I really like to play defensively. Like, I actually felt like... so recently, I actually completed... very recently, I completed Lies of P. And I felt like... Like, if I just, like, bashed my way through a boss and, like, just ignored what it was doing, I felt like I was cheating. Whereas if I was actually, you know, blocking and parrying its attacks and, you know, then responding in kind, it felt like I learned this fight. I'm beating them properly. Because I'm letting them have a chance. But that's also true. That's the thing, is that Bloodborne was designed with a more aggressive playstyle in mind. That's also why in Bloodborne if you get hit, you don't lose all of the HP immediately. If you attack immediately after, you will recover some of the HP you lost. Like, they actually want you to play super aggressively, so they reward you by recovering HP you just lost if you choose to swing back instead of getting scared. And that's an interesting way to put it, Philippe. Obama says the biggest tip I have for someone trying to beat a Soulsborne boss is just watch a streamer do it for 5 minutes. That could be. That would actually be very helpful. That would actually be very helpful, because when I ran into a boss in Lies of P where I didn't know what to do about a specific attack, I would Google it, get a text description that said, just do this, and then I would do that, and then it wouldn't work sometimes. So I'd be sitting there like, right then. But if I had just, you know, looked up a video, I would have just been like, oh, like that! Aha! I just didn't. And the reason why I think I am also using Lies of P as a good as an example of this is because I did see a lot of people reviewing Lies of P and they complained that it was too focused on parrying. But they spent the first like hours of the game going like, when the boss does this, then you block. When the boss does this, then you have to parry. When the boss does this, and so on. Like, I was totally not well equipped to dodge attacks because the game didn't really go, you could also dodge it. Like, almost always it would be like, so then you block. So when players then come from like Dark Souls and go, well, I normally just dodge everything. And then you have a game where it goes, nah, man. Then you get, like, then it feels alien. Because you try to play Lies of P like it's Bloodborne. Ellie says, I think people forgot that they're not allowed to like a game's playstyle if it's focused on a specific playstyle. What do you mean by that? I'm guessing what you meant is, I forgot, I think people forget that they're allowed to not like a game's playstyle. Is that what you meant? Yeah, that sounds about right. That is a common problem, is that people go, this game is bad. Like, objectively. When what they really mean is, I don't like the playstyle of this game. Like, it's not for me. I've said that. Like with things in Final Fantasy XIV. Like, people go, what do you think of the changes to... Well, people usually ask, what do you think will happen when they rework Dragoon? What do you think will be good that they change about Dragoon? And I was like, I don't know, I don't main the job. It's not for me. Yeah, exactly, Vivi. It's because the thing is, when people say something is objectively bad, what they really mean is they're trying to emphasize that they think it really, really sucks. But when they choose to use the word objectively, then they mean something very specific. It's the same as how people use literally wrong. They literally use literally wrong. Smol Kai is objectively small. That is correct. That is correct. No objections there. Oh my god, I literally died. Yeah, exactly, baby. Literally. Fascinating. How does it feel being dead? And that's actually a very good point, Fubuki. What people almost always mean when they say literally is figuratively, right? Is Smol Kai mad? I'm actually pretty sure Smol Kai is just hungry. Like, she's just very hungry all the time. She's not really mad. She's fine on the happiness meter. She has this entire army of cultists who helps make sure she's not mad. So she just she has no reason to be mad. As some of you may know, the lore is that Smol Kai is actually a primal. Yeah, pretty much, Fubuki. And even then, if they're trying to use it as an intensifier, they could still have used figuratively, and it would still sort of intensify it. Because what they're really looking for is a word like really or very. Maybe she'll become a boss like the Watcher. Oh yeah, look everyone. This is one of the new bosses in Dawn Trail. Why is Smol Kai not on NA? Because she would eat up ether. Yep. Look how the Magi says that run made me realize I'm way more self-conscious about my gameplay when I'm here. Well, I will say, and this is something that that might be worth pointing out for some of you, is that I'm not sitting here judging you all when we play together. If there's something egregiously wrong, I might point it out for your own benefit. But I'm not going to be the one going, hey, you made a mistake, especially not on Materia, by the way. Like, I'm pretty sure everyone who has... Like, I'm going to assume, just, like, without even asking, that everyone who has the Voyager tag is playing on insane latency. Like, in varying degrees. So, by that alone... I can assume there's a very high chance the reason why you're bad, like playing poorly, if you are playing poorly, is just that, well, you're lagging. I'm literally not judging you all. Did I say that? But I'm genuinely not judging. I will give advice if I see something obvious. I'll ask questions to help. But ultimately, we're just trying to get better. Noble says lag is never an excuse for me. I was born in it, molded by it. 150 ping has been my life for as long as I can remember. I'm playing on 300 MS right now. 300, not 150, 300. Space Queen says, I remember the Warrior of Light is a primal of Eorzea's hope theory. That is interesting. But yeah, I think that a big problem is often that when people use literally, and they don't mean literally, is that they're, as Fubuki said, they're using it as an intensifier, and they obviously don't mean literally. Sometimes they might not even mean figuratively. They just might mean actually, or like, which might also be incorrect when you really think about it. Or they might mean just really. But saying, I really died, sounds really stupid, right? And that's true, guys. It has the weirdest thing is that that literally has been used incorrectly in this way so much that it's kind of become the way people use it. Do you use any form of network tunneler? Like, nope, I do not. As it stands, I don't have any need for such a tool for everything I do normally on the internet. It's only when I'm on Materia that it is a problem for me. And in like 2 weeks, this this data center travel option will close, and then we'll see potentially nothing or a new thing. And if that new thing involves being able to travel elsewhere, then maybe that will be a problem. But if that new solution involves being able to travel to EU, then you can all come to me. And then I don't have to do anything. What's your thoughts about the Ghost DC on EU? I think that's actually a really good idea. I suggest it. Might be as good luck with Alexander. I actually suggested myself previously on stream that a solution to this whole, oh no, what if people, like, what problems can it cause when, like, people worldwide DC travel between each other, the culture in the different regions, what will we do? I suggested, why not make bridge data centers that you can only visit, but you cannot build a home on? Which is literally what these new data centers are. That is actually literally true. That is what it is. Except it's not a bridge, it's more like a storage room in the back, because only EU will use it, at least for now. But having these like bridge data centers would solve the problem of what we'll do with all the culture, the people that live there on the region. Maybe they don't want to deal with all the people coming in from around the world. Well, if you can't visit actual Ether, but you can visit like a different data center on NA where you can only visit, then the NA players can just, you know, opt out of that by not going there. And they could just put one of these data centers in each region. Just put an NA visitors DC and an EU visitors DC and an OG visitors DC and a JP visitors DC, and then that's solved. That doesn't solve the part where people would be like, but I want to visit my friend's house and all that. But that would be a way to like ease into this idea. There's also the possibility that everyone just congregates on these bridge DCs because you can be more people there. Restrict a party finder to home data center players. The problem with that one, and I think that's a terrible idea, by the way, the reason why I think that's bad is if you can only use the party finder in your home data center, then it incentivizes people to move their character to Ether and to Light. As it stands right now, there's a lot of people just visiting Ether and Light. But if you had to live there to used the party finder, then people would feel like they're forced to do that, and they would. Then it would be a different thing if they were like, well, you can visit these bridge data centers, but they don't have functional party finder or something like that. Exactly, Space Queen. That is the problem, is that some players have suggested that to solve the problem where everyone goes to light and ether and things like that to party, like to raid with, just make it so you can't use party finder if you're not in your home data center, not realizing that jailing people in their dead data center in regards to party finder will just force them to move. Like, it would just make the problem worse. It would just make the problem worse. Yeah, I see I'm almost level 88, so how about I go to here and do some quests real quick. Prevent the creation but not the joining of party finders on visiting. Same deal. People will come to... Like, if we just take focus on EU for a moment. People would just come to light because, like... The problem is, Noble, that on the smaller data centers where, like, party finder's not, like, as active, the problem is that there is no groups. And there is no groups to such a degree that if you make a group, people will not join it because they're on the other data center. Which means that if you make it so that, for example, Chaos players can't make party finder groups while on light, what that means isn't, oh, well, then they'll just make groups on Chaos. No. It just means that they can no longer make groups because it will never fill on Chaos. Which means that they'll eventually feel obligated to move their character to light. Like, there's no solution that if the solution can be read as a punishment, then it will be a punishment and people will be forced to move to avoid it. And also that, Vivi, what would happen is that there would just be, like, Chaos people all over light being like, can someone make a group for me for this? Yeah, the problem isn't something you can solve by enforcing specific player behavior, because players will do whatever it takes, like whatever the path of least resistance is, and right now the path of least resistance is just visit the data center where people are. And if you make it so that they can't make groups, then the best case scenario is that they'll just join groups. That doesn't change anything. The medium case scenario is that they'll just spam shout to get someone else to make their groups for them, which means they're just circumventing the problem, which means that the solution did nothing. And the worst case is that they'll just move their home data center to be the one they want to party find on, which means they're just killing the other data center faster. Like, it'll just make the problem worse. What we'll be doing on Smol Caetsu to get Astros level 90, we'll do the role quest line for healers. Then we'll do the final role quest line for once you've done all of them. And then I don't know. The only other thing I have on my list that I know that we can actually finish before Dawn Trail is the MSQ, and I don't think we need 12 hours for that. I don't know. Maybe we'll do some mock tome farming? I don't know. And yeah, exactly, Darth. Not allowing travelers to make groups is a punishment to the people the fix is intended for. Like, the thing is, if you go, what if we made it so that you can't make groups except on your, if you're on your home data center? Then the way you're looking at it is, we want the people from Chaos to make groups on Chaos, but they don't want to do that. And saying you have to doesn't do anything. That's also true, Tathio. But the thing is, what's probably going to... there's a possibility that that will exactly be the case, that the party finders will be fine on the smaller DCs simply because you can't go to the bigger ones because there's like an overflow of players. Hey, Muels, hope you're doing well. There's also the possibility that, like, the thing is, the party finder problem isn't entirely... entirely a problem in all content. It's mainly raiding. And right at the start of an expansion, we're not raiding. Because it takes a little bit before they actually release a raid tier. They says, I don't know how spaghetti code is, but should be possible to just merge Party Finder, Duty Finder per physical region. They actually said just the other day that to actually merge Party Finder, like make region-wide Party Finder, could take up to 3 years of development. What that means, I don't know, but they genuinely said it could take 3 years. That is probably assuming that they have other things to work on as well. Like, it's not 3 years of someone working on it constantly. It's 3 years where they're also doing balance patches, they're also making new raids, they're also making new variant dungeons and criterion dungeons, and they're also making new crafter content and gatherer content, and they're also making, and they're also making, and they're also making. But they did say that they've looked at it, right? And it'll take a long time. And that could also be a solution. Give a bonus for making party finder groups on on DCs with less players. But how would you dole out the reward? Like, what counts as a successful party finder completion? Like, when do I get my reward? I'll make a party finder group for this random B rank hunt that will take me 30 seconds to kill. I just need one other player to join me. They join me and we kill it. Is that a success? Does that count? I know I'm being a little mean about it, but that's the point, is that where's the line drawn? If it's a matter of, oh, well, you need to make the group on the smaller data set, like the smaller party finder data center, and then complete whatever task it is, and it has to be so and so task. Okay, I go to light, make the party finder, get all 7 players. We agree. We go on Chaos, I make the party finder group again, and everyone joins me. I made the group on Light, or I found the players on Light, and then I just made the group on Chaos. It changes nothing for Chaos's party finder presence. But I still made the group on Chaos, ultimately. So, like, that would be really hard, but it's a good idea. Like, it might help. Let me see here. I think next we're doing a Mescure Roulette, but before that, I'll be right back. Just do guild test. In the meantime, Manatee restored. And right, everyone, play the Dawn Trail boss music or something. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, this watcher only has a gaze mechanic. It's really unfair, it just spams it. Right, if you'd like to join me for MSQ Roulette, come on over to me. Yeah, as I was saying earlier, Bob asked, what will you do when Astrologian has reached level 90? We'll do the role quest line for healers in Dawn Trail. Then we will do the final role quest line, not necessarily as Astrologian, but we will do it. By the way... Okay, it's not the same hairstyle. It looks very similar. And when we've done that, then I don't know. But I have a feeling that there's no reason for me to hurry to fill out a single stream with all that. I don't even know if you'll finish all that. Field trip, anyone? It's incredible how many field trip group conversations we've had on Smol Caetsu recently. Oh! It is such devastation. Such devastation! This was not my intention. We've brought the power of someone has maybe a slightly better connection. Such devastation. This was not my intention. It's been a long time since I've had this duty as not a barrier healer, but still a healer. Ah! Rock and stone! Blip. Imagine having like a fairy or something that just does the healing. Could you imagine like a job like that? Would that be broken? Would that be overpowered? Thoughts? Punchcat says if Square added a brain to a job like that, I'd probably quit. We'd all forget to summon it anyways. Oh yeah, that is actually a good point. If the moon were actually the pet Astrologian that does all the healing. You know, that is something I thought about earlier, was I can't imagine Astrologian without Earthly Star. But Earthly Star was added in Stormblood. Which means there was a time where Astrologian never had Earthly Star. It's not that Earthly Star is like an integral part of the job. Not at all. It's like, if Earthly Star just wasn't there, then you would have just been like, okay. Like, you'd be like, something is missing. But I don't feel like it's big enough that, like, if Astrologians just got something else, they'd probably just be like, oh, okay. And then just worked with that instead. But it feels so integral to the job that it would be weird if it was gone. Not quite, Buzzy. As you can see here, I need to actually do healing, so if people are actively ignoring AoEs, then it means I would have to heal more. And that applies even for Scholar. On this fight, if people are dodging mechanics properly, Scholar will not need to use Adloquium or Succor, but if people are getting hit by random stuff, then you actually might need to cast some heals. Like, there are, of course, cases where it's fine. But I don't recommend ignoring all the AoEs. If you could assign the Final Fantasy XIV jobs to a Pokemon type, which type would Astrologian be? They'd probably be like... I imagine like something like Psychic Fairy? Or maybe just Psychic even? But probably Psychic Fairy. The only reason why I would be willing to go with just Psychic is because Cresselia is, you know, like big space moon Pokemon. And it is just Psychic type. But Fairy also makes sense. I would say White Mage would probably be a Grass Fairy type. Maybe you could also make an argument that Water should also be present, but I mean... Then we could also argue that it should be a Ground Fairy type, right? Perhaps you could say that White Mage should be something like a Water Fairy type, mainly because Scholar would probably be the Grass Fairy type. The magic within has lain dormant for eons. And what would Sage be? Of what magic do you speak? Could also be Fairy Flying, that's a good point, because White Mage just sits in the air all the time. Sage could also be Psychic Fairy, that's a good point. Does that mean Astrologian and Sage would both be Psychic Fairy? Lexi says, what level do we need before we can just tell Eos or Celine which ally to heal? 70, it's called Ether Pact. No more than was necessary. Sage could also be... I feel like Sage would make more sense. Like, yeah, Steel Psychic or Steel Fairy would probably make sense. Could also be Electric, yeah. Behold, but a sliver of my god's power. Are we going based on the types that could do the job, or the types that the abilities would be if converted? The way I interpreted it was, if you suddenly had a new Pokemon and it was straight up just called White Mage from Final Fantasy XIV, what types would it be? I have previously talked about this in Mental Relate, where I was like, Black Mage would probably be Fire Electric, and then just have like ice spells or ice attacks as well. And because it doesn't have same type attack bonus, the ice attacks will be weaker. But that was, of course, trying to like establish like a full Pokemon out of that. But if we're just talking about the types, then it starts to become, well, what types make sense for this job?
Such devastation. This was not my intention.
Oh, Heidelin. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left.
I don't know, Darth. I actually went with the same logic that I first thought it would be fire, ice, because, you know, you alternate between fire and ice. But the ice spells are distinctly weaker than the electrics, like the thunder spells and the fire spells, always. So if you give it the fire electric typing, then there is this mechanic in Pokemon called same type attack bonus that make it so that if you use an attack that is the same type as yourself, it does 50% more damage. So by simply making it so that the Black Mage isn't ice type, then the ice attacks will be weaker, which matches with how Black Mage is actually perceived. Like, that's how it actually works. And I mean, they, like, thunder magic does feature just as much as, like, about as much, honestly, as ice magic these days. How does Embrace choose a target? It is partly based on proximity. Partly based on proximity. And partly based on who needs more healing. I don't know why there's a proximity factor. I couldn't possibly explain, but I've heard that people that have been like trying to speed, like do the fastest, most optimized kill on P12S, have done things like messing with having extremely low HP to like feed the LB gauge faster, and for that to work, they had to like mess with what EOS heals, and they could mess with that specifically by a combination of positioning and how much HP specific players have and stuff like that. Give the Fire Ice Black Mage the ability that their electric moves do 1.5 times damage. They could do that. I think there's been abilities that are like basically the equivalent of saying this Pokemon also has the same type attack bonus for this other type. So that would also be a way you could do it, but then I feel like you're missing the part where Black Mage's ice magic is distinctly the weaker magic. Right? Like, even though it's a little bit of all of it. Fire Electric with Solar Power Flash Fire. I would have just given it adaptability. That would have made the ice magic even weaker, relatively speaking. There's also If I remember correctly, Darmanitan has, like, as one of the abilities it can have, it has the one where it changes mode when it drops below half HP. And it has that, like, both types of Darmanitan has this in some way or another. And this other mode has a different typing. So they could have, so you could just give Black Mage, like, some sort of ability that makes it switch to become, I don't know, just straight up an ice type when something happens, as like a way to indicate that, or like an ice electric type you could also do when it switches to its like recovery mode. And you could just give it an attack that is a fire type move under one situation and an ice type move with some sort of functionality that like helps recover in some way or another when it is in its ice mode. So like if we just open the gates and let anything fly, then you could probably make a Pokemon that could resemble what a Black Mage is. It is quite interesting. Something like just talking about that, I feel like with typings on jobs, that it almost makes sense to give every healer fairy type. Like it kind of makes sense because it is like the light type to like contrast the dark type. It kind of makes sense to give all of the tanks steel type. And it kind of makes sense to give, like, a lot of melee jobs fighting type. Just as some examples, right? And it is funny how we can get, like, stuck on something like Black Mage because, well, Black Mage primarily functions on fire, ice, and lightning, so there's 3 types. Can we do something to represent Xenoglossy? Is that normal type or psychic type? Or is it something else? Is it dark type? And would it have something to represent that? Dark Knight wouldn't be steel, just dark or dark fighting. Why would it not be steel? The reason why I'm saying is I think every tank could have been a steel type is specifically because I'm so confident that I need you to tell me why it wouldn't be a steel type. I don't need you to go, well, I think dark fighting works better. What would Gunbreaker be? Absolutely steel. If Sage makes sense to be steel type, then Gunbreaker is definitely a steel type. What else? Maybe a fire type for the explosions? What else do we have left? Is that it? I think so. So we're back to dungeon spam. But yeah, looking at this, I could imagine that Reaper's probably like Ghost Dark, right? Samurai might be a steel fighting. Ninja? It would probably be a dark type. Dark fighting? Perhaps? Dragoon would be a dragon type. Maybe a steel dragon type even, but it definitely a dragon type. And Monk would have, like, I could imagine fighting type, just pure fighting. Warrior's not steel type, Warrior's rock fighting, and as a Pokemon it's awful defensively because of that. Well, I mean, it should probably have a Drain Punch. Yeah, Yeah, Dragoon is dragon flying, probably. And you give it bounce. Gazel says Steel Dragon is too OP, needs to be nerfed. Good news! Steel did get nerfed a few years, some years after they introduced a Steel Dragon type. Monk does have Earth, Wind, and Fire. I mean, Hitmonchan has access to Fire Punch, Ice Punch, and Thunder Punch, but it's just a fighting type. Pictomancer would be the same as Smeargle. Yeah, probably. Pictomancer would just be Smeargle. It's just a normal type, and it's straight up Smeargle. It can be anything you want, except have good stats. How about Summoner? What would Summoner be? Psychic Dark? The problem with many of the elementally inclined jobs is that you could come up with one like type that makes sense. And then you'd be like, well, they also have like 3 or 4 other elements. How do we do that? And that is, I suppose they could just make it like you could have say Summoner should be a dragon type. That does make sense. So like a dragon ghost type, maybe? Because their summons are like ghostly, yeah? That kind of makes sense. You know, I think it's pretty interesting because I feel like when we talk about Gunbreaker, and it's like that could be Steel Fire. I feel like Machinist should also be Steel Fire or Steel Electric. Just mainly because many of Machinist's attacks has like electricity happening when they're used, but I mean they also have a lot of explosions. There's also the Automaton, which is kind of like electric, so that also makes sense. Yeah, Steel Electric, but learns Flamethrower. And Dancer? This one might be a little bit weird, but I feel like Dancer might actually make good sense as normal flying. But the reason why I think that is because there's this this section of like dancing birds in Pokemon. And they are like flying plus another type. You could make Dancer normal flying and then give it an ability that changes its type under different circumstances. Because of Quiver Dance being a thing. Yeah, I actually thought maybe like if you had Black Mage as like a setup sweeper, they'd probably have like Fire Blast, Blizzard, and Thunder, something to that effect. And do you then give it Nasty Plot or Quiver Dance? Blue Mage. I think Blue Mage would just be like a little bit like Ditto. Like it would be in a similar thing where it's like kind of like Smeargle and kind of like Ditto. Or a bit like Mew, yeah. You just give it you give it question mark type and then you make it like Mew where it just has like a perfectly even stat line across the board. And then you give it the ability to learn most anything. And then you have Blue Mage. Oh yeah, true. Tail Glow for Black Mage. That is true. I always forget that they have that Tail Glow is 3 stages of special attack. How about Bard? What Red Mage and Bard, what would we do with them? What would we do with them? I could see Bard as a grass type. Or even a poison type, actually. I could see Bard as like a poison flying type. Mainly because it has 2 dots. A lot of sound moves. Oh yeah, that is true. That could be normal for the sound moves. Actually, you make Bard a fairy type, and maybe a grass type, maybe a poison type, maybe something else. And then you give it Pixelate, which turns your normal type moves into fairy type moves and gives them a damage boost. And then you give it sound moves. I think Poison Fairy would be kind of unique. Has Smol Kai done the Endwalker healer role quests? Nope, we plan to do those as well, Gassel. Don't you worry. And yeah, what about Red Mage? What makes sense for Red Mage? What would make sense for Red Mage? Look at the Magi says there's one poison fairy type that exists. Yeah, exactly. That's the same thing that I thought was interesting when I thought about fire electric black mage, is how many fire electric types exist? I'm pretty sure the only one is Rotom Heat. And I don't feel like that counts. Oh yeah, you can put your Rotom in an oven. I have a fire electric type. Psychic fighting? Normal ghost? Why ghost type for Red Mage? Why ghost type? I feel like Red Mage runs into the same problem that some of the other magic users have, is that, well, it can't be just general elemental type, so we just give it psychic. That's kind of like the magician type, so that kind of works. And then fighting kind of makes sense, and normal kind of makes sense. Like, it's not a fighter, it's just, it has the rapier, of course, but it's not exactly like the primary purpose. Like, it's actually a reasonably small part of its fighting style to use the rapier, right? So it kind of makes sense to not be fighting. So maybe something like normal psychic? But I don't know why it would be ghost. Like, I'm asking. I'm not saying why would it be ghost. We're sitting here having a funny conversation. I'm not being like, no, your funny Pokemon idea is wrong because mine is right. Like that's absurd. Red Mage is a 100% normal type as a jack of all trades. I would have agreed with you, but a lot of those like generic Pokemon that were normal types that could a little bit of everything became fairy types when fairy was added. So I feel like that argument is a little strange. Gazel says only because ghost is opposite of normal, how red mage uses white and black magic. But by that logic, dark is supposed to, well, rather, fairy is supposed to be the opposite of dark, and dark is dark magic. So does that mean red mage should be dark fairy for that reason? And does that mean black mage needs to be dark type? But yeah, like, that's actually an interesting point, because by that argument, we could, like, you could just have, like, a selection of being like, well, this is an example of red mage where we emphasize this thing, and this is a type of red mage where you emphasize this thing. Like, there's a good argument that red mage could be a lot of things. But it could be ghost and normal. That would be an interesting take. That is an interesting thought. What I think gets really interesting is if you come up with like a type combination for a job. What I ran into is like I had an idea of a paladin like this because of like you could straight like you could get really far by just like to make a paladin. You could get pretty far by just making a special Aegislash build and just change it from being Steel Ghost to Steel Fairy and just replace the ghost moves with equivalent fairy moves. Done. That could work. But then other times you have Black Mage where like you're trying to convey something more specific. And the reason for the Aegislash working is that that special build also has Shadow Sneak, which is a physical attack. So it has both. You just replace them with fairy equivalent moves or steel equivalent moves and you're good. And this could happen with any job where like you go, well, this type and this type makes sense. Then you go on and go, what moves would it have? And what ability would it have? And what kind of stat line might it have? And once you get to what moves would it have, you might go, well, that doesn't make sense. This does make sense. Like, for example, if you said Dragoon would probably have bounce, yeah, but you wouldn't use that. That's not a good move. You wouldn't use that. You wouldn't use fly either. You could give it sky attack. That kind of, like, works as Stardiver, but that's a bad move. So would you really give it that? And then it becomes, would you make it, would you design it like that? Would you give it something else? How would you make it so that it is both something that makes sense for the job as a Pokemon, but is also a move that you would actually choose if you were given like a list of 30 moves? Like, for example, with Black Mage, yeah, it would probably both learn Fire Blast and Flamethrower, and depending on context, you would use one or the other, right? For competitive, you would probably use Fire Blast. Things like that. Right. This is Hyperborea time. If you would like to join me for the level 87 dungeon, come on over to me. I think we have to do it twice. Yeah, something like that. What's the types for Smol Kai? What do you all think? What type do you think? What type combination is Smol Kai? Black Mage in double battle just uses explosion. Erdal says, well, what starting 4 would Smol Kai have as a champion? Oh, like 4 trainers in front of her? Well, she'd probably have Big Kai. Or maybe Big Kai is actually the rival battle that comes afterwards. No, wait a minute. The champion is the 5th battle. Never mind. Castle says Dark Fairy. Look at the Magic says Fairy Rock. Yeah, I could see both. Dark Fairy is probably pretty good. Smol Kai is the secret boss in the post story. Yeah. Dark Fairy, but learns Power Gem. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that works. That makes sense. I will also say if Smol Kai was a trainer, she'd probably primarily be using fairy types. Smol Kai learns Diamond Storm. Good point. Peh. Power Gem. It got a little scary. Would Smol Kai try to eat the rock Pokemon though? No, she would probably have a steel type move. She'd learn a steel type move specifically so that she has some sort of hard counter. Like a move that not only is steel type but has some sort of effect that makes it so that it does even more damage if the opponent is specifically a rock type. She has Bite and Crunch. Oh yeah, she definitely learned those. Oh, whoops. Just checking. Shouldn't be anything wrong with that. I was just wondering whether it was, it is just this hard with these mobs, or if it's me or Ari that has done something weird. Could Smol Kai use Minimize? Would she? Would Smol Kai stoop to such levels as to use uncompetitive strategies like evasion stacking? Would she? Yes. Absolutely she would. Does Smol Kai have a Mega Evolution? That's a good question. What would she turn into? Hey, Auto. No, we're just visiting Materia, actually, but it is an alt. And we are on Materia just the same. Hey, Weaver. Hope you're doing well. Smol Kai uses Minimize, Big Kai uses Calm Mind. I feel like Big Kai would be big brain enough to go, why would I use that when Quiver Dance is right there? And then someone would go, well, Quiver Dance isn't like an action that everyone has access to. And then Big Kai would be like, but why can't I have it? Oh, you need to be a bug type. Done. What about the fabled large Kai? Geomancy would also be pretty funny, but I feel like it's too limiting on builds. But yeah, like that's the thing, is that Smol Kai would probably have a build that like makes sense for her. Big Kai would have whatever's competitively relevant as a Pokemon. Should just be like, well, what's good? I'll just take that. What do I need to have that? Mainly because that's absolutely how I would have done it. If someone went, if you were a Pokemon, there's a possibility that I would choose my favorite typings, but I would still ground it in what's good, what's effective, what's powerful. I want that. I want my favorite types, but I want it in the most viable way possible. No guard sheer cold sounds pretty competitive. Oh, good point. Then we just combine it with an extremely, like a stupidly high defense stat. Like just an insanely high defense stat. And then like as much defense and HP as possible, and then like at the end however much speed. And the reason why you never go full speed is because then you die when the opponent goes, I'll just use quick attack. I see that I snuck past. Oh, I think you're dead. Sorry. I tried something. I didn't manage to switch target fast enough. Hey Lou, hope you're doing well. I have focus target on the tank, Silvermint. By default, I believe it's Shift F. I'm pretty sure it's not something that I've changed. But yeah, the reason why I wouldn't just go full speed is specifically because if you just have an insanely high defense stat and HP stat, the specific downfall of Shuckle is that its HP stat sucks. If its HP stat was better, then it would work a lot better defensively. But its HP stat sucks. And then it has like a high defense stat on top of that. So it's like huge defense and then kind of whatever on everything else. But if you have a really high defense stat and then a lot of HP, then you can survive. And if you can survive anything the opponent throws at you, like if you're guaranteed to survive their move, then they can't use quick attack to cheese you. Although then you of course set yourself up to get memed by something like a fear Ratata. Don't worry, Kai probably learns Trick Room anyway. Yes, exactly. Exactly, I would absolutely do that. I have actually done a Trick Room team a few times. Specifically because it's hilarious. But yeah, I would absolutely do that. Trick Room, Sheer Cold. Protect. And maybe recycle and then just have like, maybe not protect, just recover. Sheer Cold, Trick Room, recover, and recycle. And then you give your, then you have the item, I believe it's a leper berry, the one that gives you PP. So that you don't ever run out of Sheer Cold PP. I know you could have 8 of them if you just use PP ups, but hey, maybe your opponent somehow manages to make it so that you wasted some. And then you combine all that goodness you put on whatever type combination is best defensively in the game. Space Queen says, even with 8 Sheer Colds, you'd be lucky to even hit 2. You have no guard. That means while that Pokemon is on the field, attacks cannot miss. That's the whole reason. You might be saying, but wait a minute, does that work? Yes, it does. It does. I believe, was it Gazel that mentioned sheer cold no guard? But yeah, that's the reason. I think there's been a few situations where people have done the setup of having like a Machamp with no guard, and then just like in a double battle, and just moved around the no guard to somehow land it on the Pokemon with the one shot, like the one hit KO move. And exactly, it's like Mind Reader Articuno. The problem is that if you use Mind Reader, I believe if the opponent switches out, you have to use Mind Reader again. No, we lost the Bob. Yeah, no guard Fisher, Machamp. But yeah, Silverbint, if you go into your keybinds, you can find the focus target thing. I think you can also do it by just writing /focus target in the chat.
I cannot let you take Mission. Not yet.
It does not surprise me in the slightest that, oh yeah, you could teach Machamp Fisher in Gen 1. Like that does not surprise me at all. Like there's so much shenanigans where it's, oh yeah, they didn't think about this thing in Gen 1. This possibility. Gen 1 competitive is so hyperjank. Bob says I go from 300 to 1000 MS every 15 seconds or so I'm surprised it took this long to get DC'd. Well, you do your best and that's good enough. Yeah, I think that's the funny thing is the comparison between a small Kai Pokemon or trainer and a big Kai Pokemon or trainer is that small Kai would have something somewhat predictable because she'd probably have something to do with cute things, something to do with eating things, and something that might indicate something dark underneath. Whether it is real or not doesn't matter. While Big Kai would just be would basically just be like red, except instead of having like classics, like cool starter Pokemon, just straight up go, what's the best competitive team? I'll do that. I'll just use whatever is best. Choose the best option so that the rest of the team doesn't have to worry about it. Yeah, that does make sense, Silvermint. I imagine most players would have set F to something. Mega Kangaskhan standard party. Yeah. Very balanced. Oh, that one is put on the only anything goes tier list. Can I use that? No? Oh. That's a shame.
Gust and gale, gather to me. Ancient Bran, unleash your power.
Ancient Bran, unleash your power. And he like pulls out like a bag of cereal. All Bran.
Pierce my foe.
Ancient Bran.
Stars on high, fall as rain.
Ancient Bran. Probably not eat that. Ancient Bran. Do not eat it. It is not part of a healthy breakfast. You will get sick. Ah. Very good, interrupt.
Streams of ether, surge as one.
Surge as one. What are they looking for? Oh boy, that dot is really something.
Pierce my foe.
Why does he say surge as one and then send 4 attacks that go off sequentially? You know, you have a point. Feel like this is a you know that there's something hilarious about him. Just like he puts like 4 portals either in like pointing towards the inner section of the arena or the outer section with some overlap. If he just like, if you really think about it, if he just put like a portal here, like actually, like you see, he does the stars on high, fall as rain, and then he remembers what he should have done. Like he puts down the meteors, and then he cleaves the entire arena. He should have just like he should just like actually, if he just removed the stars on high, fall as rain from his rotation, he would win way more. If you really think about it. It's really, really poor rotation. He does say streams of either. But I'm just saying, those stars on high, are really counterproductive. And he should just spam those portals that knock back way more. Like, just cast it twice. Just cover the whole arena and just shove us out into the outer ring repeatedly. That would be way better than whatever it is that you're trying to accomplish. Oh, new weapon. Do we have anything else? I don't think we do. Streams of ether. Surge as one. Streams of ether. Surge as one. There's something funny about just giving the big bad guy like a really nerd voice. Streams of ether. Surge as one. Do it. I choose you, streams of ether. It just occurred to me I can just get the job gear now. You really should offer to do voiceover for them. Is he bad, though? Is he? That's an interesting question, Ilana. Is he or is he not bad? Streams of ether. He's not good. Good middle ground. It's the weapon that keeps breaking it. I was like, why is it that my glamours keep breaking? I do use my glamour plates, right? But then I forget that what's actually happening is the weapon changes each time. Yeah, I think not good is probably a reasonable middle ground. Well, that means we have Aegioscope next. Like, I think like 2 Aegioscopes, and then we might just level up doing the role quests. With that said, if you'd like to join me for Aegioscope, come on over to me. In the rain. Let me just do this. Just regroup. Hey cat, hope you're doing well. What type of Pokemon would you be if you were a Pokemon? Or your character was a Pokemon? What types? This one goes out to everyone. If your character was a Pokemon, what types would it be?
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are pure malcontent, the residue of lives unfulfilled.
This part of the dungeon is always awkward. Fighting. I'm extra fighting. Does that mean you get double same type attack bonus? More than a type, I'm a Snorlax. You're just straight up Snorlax. Steel Electric. And Derby says, Zayla, so Dragon Dark? I mean, doesn't have to be Dragon Dark, but if you feel like that works. Have a rational fear of birds? That's pretty good. That is a good one. Yeah, for anyone who might not know, fighting types are weak to flying. That's really good. Yeah. That is real scary. The lag makes it difficult. A bulky steel type? Have you ever fought a bird? Yeah, exactly. How would a fighting type fight a bird? Just punch towards it and hope it works. Eat a plate of scrambled eggs on your front porch to show them what you're capable of. If you want to go even further beyond, you make a dish with like some kind of bird meat, but you include eggs in it. You know, like you envelop the meat in the egg, just to show them what you're capable of. Yeah, chicken and egg salad sandwich. I could eat you and your children in a delicious sandwich. Are you sure you want to fight me? That's what I thought. Make sure you have a feathered hat, yeah. While you're at it. And like one of those insanely over-the-top dresses with like with a lot of feathers for the catwalk. I'll use every part of you. Oh yes, this mechanic. Are we ready for everyone to just forget the mechanic once something else happens? Oh, no one got hit. Amazing. It never fails that every time, like the second time that mechanic comes up, like the boss does something that requires you to like reposition. And immediately, it never fails. Everyone then promptly gets hit by the line AoEs. Because, oh right, there was a mechanic before this that I was positioning for. Here it comes. Oh, perfect. I don't have to move. Oh, nice. No one got hit.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Gazel says, we didn't get hit at all when farming this dungeon with Sigila before the stream.
The ether is
Why were
too
you
dense.
farming this dungeon?
I'm losing you.
I don't know, Ilana. I have faith in you. I have I have just done a lot of mental roulette. And I made this small remark almost as a little because I said it so far in advance. You had the chance. So hear me go. Here comes the mistake you can make. Oh, the tiny troll minion. Is that from here? I guess it makes sense. But no, I'd expect people on these streams to know it. But there's still the possibility that people just forget or get tripped up because of the lag. Then realize the stream was delayed on your end. Well, that's the reason why, Gazel, I mentioned it like 30 seconds before it actually happened. If I had mentioned it when the mechanic was coming up, then there was a much greater chance that I just like had missed the chance. But you're right, a lot of the time I call out a mechanic only for the delay to make it pointless. Oh, lag. Whoa, lag. I think I've lost the connection to the data center, everyone. That's a really long barrier. Try hitting the boss. Enjoy work, Weaver. You don't say. Connection lost. What? To a full minute when nothing happened. I lost connection. Oh, that's what happened. Of course. Now it all makes sense. I thought that was just how the game worked. Fascinating. Did you pull the boss? I hope you didn't. But I could imagine you did. Just because of the timing of me lagging out. You did. Bonnie says, if you have healer in your party, does DPS get the priority in queue? I mean, if you have a healer in your party when you queue, and, like, the healer is first in queue, then they'll bring the DPS with them. So in a way, yes. Well, I'm back. Can I have a res? Thank you. It depends on how you mean, Bunny. Depends on how you mean. DPS doesn't get, like, any extra priority by being queued with a healer. It's more that the game just goes, well, we need that healer. And then the healer goes, well, I actually have a DPS with me. The interesting thing that can happen as a result of that is that if, like, let's say there's 3 groups in queue right now, and all of them happen to be, like, double DPS. Like, 2 DPS, 2 DPS, 2 DPS. And maybe, like, a tank or something, right? If you try to queue as a healer and DPS combo, then you will not enter a group, because the multiple DPS groups are, like, you can't split them up. Like, they are a package deal. But most of the time, there's plenty of solo DPS in the queue. But yeah, in that case, in the example you're giving there, Bonnie, then yes, in that specific circumstance, a healer would give a DPS fast lane, because it'll be like, well, it needs the healer to get groups going. Like, ultimately, what the queue is doing is trying to match players to make functional groups. So, and there's usually plenty of DPS in queue. And if the roles that are needed bring something that is absolutely not needed, then the queuing system will take the less needed, like, role to get the one that is needed. So if there's, like, a lack of tanks in the roulette, then bringing a tank will give you the fast lane. If there's lack of healers, then bringing a healer will give you the fast lane. And a lot of the time, bringing either will give you the fast lane. Because there's usually need for both all the time. When you find out you could cast 10 firefalls in a row. I feel like what happened was that it would just not let me finish the cast at all. Bringing all 4 also gives it the fast lane. That is correct. And in fact, if you bring all 4 jobs, then it'll even let you choose what 4 roles you need. But yeah, that is what people mean when they say anyone want to queue with me for a quick queue pop. If they're a DPS and you say, yes, I would like to join, and then you switch to a DPS, then there's a possibility that they'll look at you like you're weird. Because, like, that absolutely does not lead to a fast queue. Unless they're saying it, like, out in a more open forum. Like, if they're saying it out into... If they're saying it out into, like, free company chat or something, then it makes reasonably good sense that what they're actually trying to convey is, does anyone want to play with me? Welcome back, Traverse. Hope you had a good time.
The stage is set.
The stage is set. I have some degree of a raid starter guide, Bonnie, already, and most of those things are going to be kind of the same in Dawn Trail. There's a possibility that I might visit, like, that particular subject that you're asking for at some point. But I don't think it'll be something that'll come out right at the start of Dawn Trail. Nice argument, Big Bad, but unfortunately I said all your lines in a silly voice. They don't mean anything anymore. Yeah. My, what a boorish audience you are. Hey, Kirahin. Hope you're doing well. It's his left. But visiting back might give you more views. It might. The thing is that there's other things that I know people would also like to see. You know, like job guides. And I can't do everything at once. So something must take priority. So as I said, I might revisit something like a raid starter guide in the future, partly because those kinds of videos, even if I've already made a video on a specific subject, just making that, like, revisiting that subject sometimes makes people remember that there was such a video or there was such an idea that they would like answers on. Oh, look, there it is. Have Smol Kai help with editing. Now that would be something. Imagine Smol Kai working. Also, hey Kwasari, hope you're doing well. But it is true that sometimes it's about changing the subject slightly for a video. But genuinely, it's just a matter of, like, I have so many other things that I also want to talk about when Dawn Trail comes out. Like a lot of job guides to be remade, for example. Like, even for jobs that didn't get a lot of changes, it's the same idea. If you were looking for a guide for, hypothetically, Summoner in Dawn Trail, like a starter guide, you'd probably want one for Dawn Trail and not one for Endwalker, just in case something changed. Just use that in a title for clickbait? Use what? Oh, prepping for raids and Dawn Trail. Well, I mean, that is something that, like, you can, like, that is a subject, as I said. I have basically made that kind of video. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the idea is I already made the kind of video that I would probably make in that sense. I might be able to come up with something more specific for Dawn Trail, but it is there if you need it. how tombstones work in Dawntrail. That will also be necessary, because even though I have already visited that kind of subject, it might be slightly different in Dawntrail. It's also just easier to follow when it isn't. Alright, so this is how it was in Endwalker. Now, you have to figure out how it is in Dawntrail. Instead, this is how it is in Dawntrail. Oh, like that? That's what you meant, Traverse. Just use the title and then it's not at all that. But yeah, that is exactly it, Gazel. Once a new expansion comes out, there's like 50 plus videos that not only there would be a reason to make again, but the old versions might be inaccurate due to some change, right? Like, there could be a small change to the tombstones. There could be something different in how you prepare for raiding in Dawntrail. There could be something new to how you level. Like, I could imagine that, like, as it is right now, using Boja to level to 90, not just 80, but 90 is a thing. But given that Boja XP stops scaling at level 80, the reason why Boja XP is viable up to level 90 is because the XP from Boja was so amazingly good that it just could have competed with, like, basically Endwalker leveling as is, and that's what it did. But Dawntrail will then add even more levels, and the XP from Boja will stay flat the same. So it might stop being viable after level 90. How about making a video on Labyrinth of the Ancients Bone Dragon Guide in Dawntrail? That would be pretty funny. Just make a, like, as the first video I make in Dawntrail is a guide on something super old content that isn't, like, is completely irrelevant at that very moment. That would be pretty funny. That would be, like, could you imagine if they one day released an expansion on April 1st? Could you imagine if they released an expansion on April 1st one day? They did announce that they will be making another adventuring foray, yes, Derpy. Similar to Eureka and Boja. But I can't remember if they've gone into detail with what it will be. Now, I think we're doing Aishia Scope 1 last time. So if you'd like to join me for Aishia Scope, come on over to me. Maybe then finally people would learn, because it is a Dawntrail video. See, Gazel, the problem is, if I actually made a legitimate Bone Dragon guide, should I then make the guide on how to do it based on the A Realm Reborn strategy? Because technically, both of the strategies that are being used currently are wrong. The first Dawntrail video is gotta be about the Dungeons Warrior can solo. It won't. Wouldn't Endwalker Healer role quests be enough for XP? I'm not entirely sure. There's 5 quests and they give like 400 to 500,000 XP each. Right? But I need 3.5 million XP, not 2.5. Derby, if you want to join, you have to come over here so I know that you want to. mostly saying because every time I've asked, it looked like you jumped and then it didn't come over after all. But yeah, exactly, Darth. That is the correct strat. Like, that's how it's supposed to be done. Fair enough. And the thing is, the kind of players that would benefit from a Labyrinth of the Ancients guide don't need one, so they'll probably not seek it out. But who knows? I might do something like that if I don't have other ideas. Would be funny. It would be funny.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me. Those things are.
Yeah, the thing is, Punch Cat, that while I think it's really funny to see what content can be soloed by a warrior, at the same time, I usually figure this out on streams. I can only hit one of them. They're not stacked closely enough. Punchcat says, I've wondered if I should bother trying to get aggro from those skellies. Well, the thing is, if you can make sure if people pull the dragon to Narnia, if you can make sure all the skellies die in a big pile in the center, there's a chance you can kill them before they start moving if there's enough people helping you. So if having aggro on them helps with that, then it might be worth the effort. But it does require a lot from the team. Is it even a wipe if all the skellies get their AoE off? Maybe is the answer to that. And the reason why it is maybe is because the skellies do a lot of damage. I believe they do 1000 damage per explosion. Something like that. And if you're not minimum item level, then a lot of jobs, I don't think all jobs, but a lot of jobs have more than 6000 HP. Derby says they just beeline to the dragon from what I remember. That is correct, but the way they actually do it is that they first... So if they're dead, they'll stand back up, then they'll get an HP bar, then they'll look around for like 2 GCDs or so, and then they'll just bolt for the dragon. But it's long, they stand there long enough that if you actually attack them, and there's plenty of people attacking them, they will die before they start moving. That is the reason why the strategy where you just keep the dragon in the center works. Because if everyone's just AoEing in the center, then the skeletons will die before it becomes a problem. But that, of course, implies that everyone's attacking with AoE instead of just single targeting, right? Like that everyone just clicks their AoE button when they see the skeletons. That's what it requires. But yeah, the thing is, just ignoring all of the skellies might not kill anyone if everyone's synced down. If you have any first-timers in, you know, worse gear, they'll probably die. And because the skellies tend to not arrive exactly at the same time, a lot of the time, like, healers can get a heal, like an AoE heal in between the hits as well. But ultimately, the Narnia strategy depends on the fact that all of the skellies hitting you will not kill you. Like, that's what it relies on. Because it is a strategy that sort of just assumes that, well, some of the skeletons will land, and we'll just have to deal with that, right? Like, we'll see what happens. What happens, and then we'll take it from there. And usually that's good enough. Which is part of the reason why that strategy works. And the only reason why there is like an alternative strategy of not bringing the dragon to Narnia is simply that strategy does not assume that all the that some of the skellies go through. It relies on everyone doing their part. Like, it's a kind of risky strategy compared to like doing the mechanic correctly, but it assumes that because you're not because you're just synced down and not minimizing level, you have the damage to kill everything in time. And yeah, exactly as Gazel says, the reason why there is a little bit of a problem with the move the dragon to Narnia strat is that the move the dragon to Narnia strat is the healer adjust strat. And I would say part of the reason why it tends to go just fine and no one dies is also partly caused by the fact that there are more and more often some players hanging out in the middle, killing the skeletons anyway. Which ironically makes the strategy less effective, because the whole point of pulling the dragon to Narnia is everyone just like rush down the boss, kill it as quickly as possible. But if half the raid decides, no, we're staying in the middle, then you're losing about half of your damage. Because usually the dragon is too far away to be reached. That's also true, guys. A lot of the time there are some players dying anyway, but you know, it wasn't the tank, I guess. Civilization says, I found that even when the dragon gets pulled to Narnia, we are able to kill all the skellies anyway. Sometimes, what I usually see is that there are players standing in the middle, like, whittling down the skellies before they reach Narnia. And then there's people going, oh, we could kill them anyway. Because the problem is, once the skellies start running, they'll run past you in one GCD. That's exactly the reason why you need to get them dealt with before they start running. Because they run like they've got stuff to do. Like they're getting like they're busy. Parents says, just wait for another stat squish. There's the possibility that they'll just squish the ladder parts to squish further down. And that is also a very good point, Derby. I've actually talked about this a while back. And I know that that multiple of you have been in that conversation, actually. The reason why people do the Narnia strat is because it appears to be the easiest strat. And appears to be the most consistent strat. Because the keep the dragon in the middle strat is often done wrong. By which I mean, when you hear keep the dragon in the middle, some just pull the dragon. Like, they just straight up pull the dragon and just stand there. And let's not forget that the dragon starts facing the raid. And if they place it wrong, then the dragon is breathing on the entire raid every time it feels like doing that. And you see that happen once, and then you'll go... Like, if it's the first time you've seen the dragon in the middle strat, you'll go, well, that doesn't work. And then every time anyone mentions the dragon in the middle strat, you'll remember how badly it went that one time you saw it happen, where someone did it wrong. And ultimately, what it would take for people to start using the dragon in the middle strat is prove that it is easier and faster to keep the dragon in the middle. If you did that, then people would start doing it more. You just have to prove that it is easier and faster. Faster might not even be necessary, but it has to be easier and more consistent. And it has to be, like, clearly more consistent. Like, it's not good enough that it's like, well, you know, when you pull to Narnia, then sometimes people die. When you keep it in the middle, no, like, sometimes less people die. It has to be, well, when you keep the boss in the middle, no one ever dies. It's super safe. There's never any problems. Like, it sounds ridiculous because it means that I'm basically saying for the dragon in the middle strat to win, it has to be better. Like, significantly better than the dragon in Narnia strat. But the reason for that is that the prevailing strat being Narnia, at least in some regions, means that changing it requires you to change, and people don't like change. So there has to be a significant reward at the end of that change for people to bother. Parent says the problem with Dragon in the Middle is that it relies on people pressing their buttons, but that's asking a lot of the average player. See, the thing is that the Dragon in Narnia strat actually also relies on people pressing their buttons. It just outsources that part to only the healers. Basically, Dragon in the Middle requires that everyone does a little bit. Dragon in Narnia says, hopefully our healers are good. If our healers are good, we'll be fine. And then just leaves it at that. I mean, we still get people pulling Altimos early and not standing on the pad. True. And part of the problem is that... Thank you for celebrating 5 months of being part of the Cult of the Pink Cat, David. You don't pay my sub. No, I don't. And I don't even pay you that one. You actually pay, like, there's actually a more realistic reality that some of you are paying my sub. If we're going to be really real about this. Remember that. If you ever see a full-time streamer say, you don't pay my sub, some people might actually be paying that person's sub, when you really think about it. We're talking about the Bone Dragon in Labyrinth of the Ancients, Lou. The problem and the reason why it takes so long to learn the strategies for these old Alliance raids is that these Alliance raids suffer from the same problem as a lot of other content is as well. You go into a dungeon You've never done it before. The boss does something that you didn't quite understand. And you die. You might think, how do I deal with this mechanic? But if the boss then dies and you get a rest and like ultimately you kind of figure your way out, right? Like you kind of figure out what to do, close enough, but you didn't die, so there isn't really that much motivation to learn how the fight really worked. That's the common problem, is if these bosses had the capacity to wipe you, then you would much more quickly be like, okay, so how do we actually beat this? But because the Bone Dragon typically doesn't wipe anyone, people and usually if it somehow does, then the second time it usually goes right, because a large part of the reason why the Bone Dragon might actually beat you is because too many people were sleeping. Like too many people were like not really giving it their all. And when you wipe the second go, well, first, if anything unusual was being done in the strat, like for example, if whatever reason you were doing dragon in the middle, then that will be blamed for the wipe, even if that wasn't the reason. And then you'll be forced to do it in whatever way that the most aware players are demanding. And then you will not wipe because they're no longer sleeping. Not because their strategy is better, just because they were actually playing the game that second time. That's also the same, like, that's the thing, is that there are people that have played Final Fantasy XIV for years, have done, like, World of Darkness 50 plus times, that have no idea why you go in the belly. They just know that you do. They're not sure what happens if you don't do it. Like, they might not be sure what... Like, the thing is, they might have seen the group randomly wipe, and it might have been because people didn't deal with the belly correctly. But they might not actually realize that. So they just go, oh, that was weird. And then the second time they don't wipe. They don't do anything differently. But other players go, oh, people are not paying attention. I should pay more attention. And then the second go, people play better. You don't do anything differently. Someone else did something. So these players never learn how Cerberus works. Never learn how Bone Dragon works. Never learns how Behemoth works. Never learns how anything works. Because, I mean, the boss died, right? Curioso says, how does the behemoth actually work? I always wonder what the pillars on it are for. Space Queen says, I assume the pillars shut off the electric field that's damaging everyone? Correct. Ding ding! Yes. And level 90. Thank you. Darth says, super obvious when you see someone call A belly, B belly, C belly. They don't understand how the mechanic works or how to explain group rules to new people. No, Darth. I say everyone go in the belly. Let me explain to you why people say everyone goes in the belly. The reason is, if you say A ads, A will not be doing ads because they don't even know that the ads are important. If you say B belly, over half of the players in B don't even know how to get in the belly, and a quarter of them don't even know what it means. And C chains, and C also is the one that main tanks Cerberus, you'll find, more often than not, that if Cerberus starts going crazy when the belly stuff starts happening, that's because it was the belly tank who was tanking Cerberus because Chain's tank didn't even have their tank stance on. And it's probably B who ends up dealing with Chains. The reason why we don't say A adds B belly, C chains is because most of the raid has no idea what that means. So the ads will be dealt with by whoever gets hit by the ads. They'll protect them, they'll fight them in self-defense. Like, they'll fight them in self-defense. Also, hey Emir, hope you're doing well. The chains will be dealt with by 2 players that know to deal with chains. And the reason why we say everyone go in the belly is because there's a reasonable chance that about 8 players in the full alliance raid knows how to do it. That's the reason. It's not because people don't know how it works, it's because they know that no one knows how it works. So they just say, okay, there's one and only one thing that needs to be right, and I can't do it alone. Go in the belly. If you go in the belly, then we will figure out the rest. Just go in the belly. That's the reason why we say everyone goes in the belly. It's not because it's funny. It's also funny. And it's not because we don't understand how the fight works. It's because we have done the fight enough times that we know that if you try to explain it, then and try to do it quote unquote right, then it'll not happen. Dart says, and then you lose DPS as people get kicked out of the belly because there's too many in the belly. Players that know how it works will watch to see how many in Group B are in the belly and adjust. Darth, have you legitimately, actually gotten in World of Darkness and had so many people go in the belly that he started barfing out people? Because if you say yes, then I don't actually believe you. That says I've wiped more times from ads not being under control than belly wipes. I don't think I've ever seen a wipe happen as a result of the ads not being under control. Like, ever. I've seen people die from the ads not being under control, but I've never seen a wipe as a result of it. And here's the thing. If you send too many people in the belly, I believe that the people said that he will accept like 18 players or something. Yeah, the most common wipe I've had has never been belly wipes. The reason why... The way I've found, like, the way I've wiped the most on Cerberus is not belly wipes, it's not ad wipes, it's the way that Solicization just described. Some guy grabs the chain and stands with it. That's okay. And then they don't realize it has a timer on it, and then it runs out. And then you can't get a new chain in time. And then you wipe. I have not wiped to, belly wipes would be that belly is not dealt with. And belly can be dealt with by, like, 2 players. It'll just take a really long time. Like, it can be done by very few players. It'll just take ages. So, I don't know what you mean by belly wipes in that respect, Darth. It's not like when he barbs players out that it wipes you. And yeah, Perrin, the thing is, I have actually made that one. It's just that we looked into how many players you would accept, and we discovered that it seems to depend on how many people are alive. Darth says you don't call out ads, belly, and chains so people do that. You call it out so new people know there are roles to be done. Experienced players will just adjust anyway regardless. You're right on that, Darth. The reason why that doesn't work is because if you don't wipe, the players that didn't understand will just go, oh, well, I guess I did it right. And they will just think that you're overzealous. Like, you know, all those random mentors that go, wait, let me explain the boss, and then you kill it in 2 minutes. And it took 5 minutes to explain it. They'll think that's what happened. Like, despite making those callouts and going all that, it can sound like Cape Westwind if nothing bad happens. The problem is that saying A adds, B belly, C chains will affect the players that pay attention. But the players that pay attention to that are a very small percentage of your groups. And the rest of them might see that you're saying something and just say, it'll be fine, we'll figure it out. There's a reason why I had people go, I've done World of Darkness over 50 times, and I didn't even know how to get in the belly. And that is correct, Darth. You know how those people that want to learn will figure it out? Do you know how they do it? Can you guess how they do it? If it wasn't obvious, I'm saying they'd watch a guide. Or read a guide. Darth says, my first time I asked. See, that's the key, Darth. If they wanted to know, they'd just ask. I've explained it every time anyone asked. So basically what I'm getting at is the reason why people try to get everyone to go in the belly is because very few people actually go in the belly. And the ads are something that anyone can deal with, right? And the keyword being can deal with. To get in the belly, you need to do two counterintuitive things. First, you have to get hit by a mechanic, and then you have to step in a mechanic. Both things that look like things you wouldn't stand in, which means that it is extremely unlikely that a first-timer will do that correctly. So it would be beneficial to have the people that know how to do it prioritize that. The ads will appear. And then we will hope that people will kill them when they get scary. The thing is, it's the same problem as the Bone Dragon thing. They won't attack the ads unless it feels like they're actually threatening. And so thank you, Aradil. It's been a bit since I made the video on Cerberus. We discovered that we didn't have a full 24-man alliance raid, and we discovered, as a result, because other people have seen the barf limit in a full 24-man group, that there's a specific number of players where the boss goes, nope, I can't take anymore. But if you don't have, like, he actually doesn't count dead players, was what we discovered. And he has an extra limitation where a certain number of players need to be out on the field. And it's like 5, I think. And he won't let more people get inside. And that is also correct, Darth. That's the reason why whenever I land in World of Darkness on stream, you know what I do? You know what I do? Have you seen what I do? I say nothing in Alliance Raid chat, and then I announce on stream that we all go in the belly. We all go in the belly, and I usually also explain how to do it. Because that's the one thing that is entirely unintuitive in that fight. The rest you can learn. The ads are probably important to kill. The chains are important. You click on a thing. But to enter the belly, you have to get hit by 2 mechanics. So I explain it. And have everyone in the stream potentially go in the belly, because it would be funny. And then we clear the belly extremely fast. And then we kill the boss just fine, because everyone in the stream are actually trying. But there's, like, that's the thing, is that the reason why people go and say the everyone goes in the belly is because the people that would want to learn don't have time to learn it in the Alliance Raid. There's too much happening. Anyway, I'll be right back, and then we do the role quest stuff. In the meantime, Manatee restored. Look, it has a phase 2! Alright, I'm back. Just want to finish on the Cerberus thing. I think, Darth, the reason why we're not meeting, like, talking eye to eye here in this particular situation is because I'm assuming that the average player in the Alliance Raid, if they are paying attention, they will also be self-aware enough to go, those ads hurt, we should kill them. This chain seems important, but someone else dealt with it. But they don't know how to do the belly. You're assuming that the players that are aware enough to actually read the chat are not smart enough to put 2 and 2 together that the ads hurt, so they should kill them. Like, you're placing these players in the Alliance Raid in this weird limbo where they can't figure out mechanics themselves, but they will listen if you explain it to them. And that, I can't picture that player because I don't think it exists. Those that are actually paying attention are probably also the ones that are trying to figure it out on their own. Now, roll quest time. Hey Yuki, hope you're doing well. I also just noticed the derpy thing about the attention span. And that's also true, sure. But the point is that, like, you actually, I think you joined into a longer conversation. We're talking about the concept that it's pretty common to see when you go up to Cerberus in World of Darkness that people say everyone go in the belly. And Dart says, well, there are other objectives in the fight. You should make sure to, like, say A is for adds and C is for chains and things like that. But ultimately what happens 9 times out of 10, possibly more often than that, is that the A team does not fight the adds, B is not the group that goes in belly, and C is not the one that has the main, like, this main tanking and is not the ones dealing with chains. So we usually just, like, a lot of groups just everyone go in the belly, and then we'll figure it out. Like, we'll take it from there. Right then. If you're ready to lend us your aid, I'll apprise you of the situation. We've received reports of a creature believed to be a blasphemy stalking the streets of Amigo. Troops have been assigned to track and slay the beast, but there are likely to be casualties. With most of our healers posted elsewhere, we had thought to petition you for aid. I'll be glad to help. Once again, we are in your debt. We shall inform Commander Alden forthwith. My comrades in the Immortal Flames will be glad to have you watching over them. You see, as there have been no sightings of any blasphemies in our lands, we have joined our Amigan allies in their hunt for the Fiend. Trouble is, the majority of our own healers are working day and night to treat the tempered Imperials captured at Pakistan. For that reason, we too will be glad of your help. Aye, your presence alone will be of great comfort to the troops, I'm sure. As time is of the essence, I ask that you make your way to the Alamigan Quarter and report for duty. Commander Alden is overseeing the hunt, and he will explain all upon your arrival. May Ralga grant your strength. That is actually a really good point. How is it possible that Uldar did not have any blasphemies? Well, yeah, the reason why, just to finish on that, the reason why I don't think there's any need to be so worried about announcing that ads are important on Cerberus is because when you have the Hydra boss before that, do you also announce who focuses on the ads on that one, or do you just assume everyone kills the ads because they're ads and you should kill the ads? Like, that's a pretty good example, right? So, like, boss mechanics are weird. Anyway, that's all I had to say. That's the last I have to say on this. I'll do the story now. Ah, Mistress Chaiji. We were told you were on your way, but this is even quicker than expected. I'll tell Commander Alden you've arrived. One moment, please. It would be nice if there was an 8-seater mount that was earnable in the game. Glad you could join us. Knotters? Knots all around? No, but maybe that's the reason, is because the gold saucer is near Ul'dah, so everything's fine somehow. Now that the far greater crisis has been resolved, we may and must turn our undivided attention to matters of a smaller but no less deadly scale. I'd like nothing more than to hear about your recent adventures, but I'm afraid such pleasantries will have to wait. As our man in Tavernier will have told you, a blasphemy is loose in Amigo. When it first appeared, the city guard were able to get most of the bystanders to safety, and for mercy, those caught in the chaos only suffered minor injuries. But the fiend managed to escape and has not been seen since. We must find it, and soon, for as long as it remains at large, every man, woman, and child is at risk. As was the case in Tavernier, the blasphemy's very existence seems to spur the creation of lesser beasts. The longer it's allowed to roam free, the more tragedy our people will suffer. Are you certain it's a blasphemy? Aye, there were several eyewitnesses who gave the same account. A man walking through the Alamegan Quarter fell to his knees all of a sudden, and a moment later transformed into the monstrosity we now pursue. But beyond the fact he was a young Highlander, we know next to nothing about him. Even the descriptions of his appearance are too vague to help identify the lad, and we've no clue as to his name or background. For all we know, he might not even have been born in Amigo. Might have been the son of a refugee come to visit. There are other possibilities we're investigating, though. That said, I doubt his circumstances are unique. Blasphemies and beasts are born when men are overcome by despair, and whatever drove him to turn likely could have done the same to another. Therefore, if we are to prevent future tragedies, it is imperative that we identify and address the underlying cause. Until we do, we'll have no choice but to deal with the afflicted the only way we know how, by granting them a quick death. For now, I would have you join the hunt and keep my men from falling prey to these creatures. Are you up to it? You have my thanks. And as chance would have it, we've just received word that a number of beasts were spotted on the outskirts of Alagana. The troops stationed there have already put them down, but were wounded in the process. First and foremost, they need medical attention, and that's where you come in. I'll meet you there. That would be pretty funny, wouldn't it, Emir? If they actually put in a 10,000 mentor roulette mount. Could you imagine? I will say, it could be worse. I believe when the Final Fantasy 15 car was added to the game, it was the only 4-seater. And when another 4-seater was finally added, it was from a Savage Raid boss. So nowadays, there are at least a way to get a 4-seater. And the 10,000 men's amount is a 7-seater just because. Wow. That would be pretty amazing. Although the soldiers were able to lead the beasts away from the village and called the lot of them, victory did not come easily. It's times like these that our lack of healers is most sorely felt. I dare say they've yet to receive any treatment at all. See to their wounds while I survey the area for any stragglers that may have escaped. Once I've completed my patrol, I'll head to the village to gather eyewitness reports. Look for me thereafter. Amigo has no healers for some reason. Gods be good. I feel reborn. Hold on, you're Caetsu, aren't you? I can't believe it. I watch your YouTube videos all the time. You're the one who inspired me to join the Resistance in the first place. And now you've come to save me in my hour of need. I'll never forget this. Thank you. Thank you. The 4-seater was from E4S. I saw them change. Right before my eyes. Those weren't monsters I killed, but innocent men. But it had to be done. There were others we had to protect. And thanks to you, I can continue to do just that. Once I've made my way back, I'll give a full account. The families, they'll understand. E11 is Danjit, yes. The Fate Breaker. And yeah, sure, that's actually the weirdest part about it all, is that there's like the whole mentor achievement thing, the mentor roulette achievements, where you get something for doing a certain number of mentor roulettes. But as far as I know, the only like significant reward from that list is the mount at 2,000 of them. Like, it's so many that it feels like some developer just went, I don't know, 2,000 is a lot, right? And just left it at that. Like how the Live Quest achievements is 5,000 per category. Like, they just, like, put a number and were like, that's pretty good, right? That'll take a while. Yeah, it would. Was it 7 years for the Live Quests? For treating the wounds of those soldiers, you have my thanks. And theirs too, no doubt. It seems they were indeed successful in slaying all the beasts. If my search is any indication, but we must remain vigilant. I've also spoken with several people who witnessed the moment of the transformation, though the ordeal has understandably left them rather shaken. I hear you've been through a fair few ordeals yourself, Caetsu. As for me, I've been kept busy with this and that, like getting the hang of this wheelchair. Obviously, it has its limitations, but it gets me where I need to go. I've been working with this new organization as well, which is what brought me here. But no sooner had I arrived than those locals turned. Ragenfried, I heard you were there when it happened. What can you tell us? The ones who underwent the change are the very people we were trying to help. Perhaps I should explain from the beginning. The meeting Lise held in the royal palace marked a turning point for all of Gearbania. It spurred us to open a dialogue with peoples and communities we otherwise would have shunned. But there's still so many problems to be addressed, and countless souls struggling to build new lives for themselves. I decided to form a volunteer group, the Silver Griffins. Our main concern is the welfare of Alamegans who sided with the Empire, for whatever reason, and helping them find their place in society. In particular, the surviving families of the Crania Lupi. You've changed your tune. Make no mistake, I have not forgiven them. I don't have that in me, and I doubt I ever will. But the memory of that day in the palace, of Fodola asking to be locked up again after saving us all, it stayed with me. Got me to thinking about why she and the other youths would commit such atrocities, why they'd swear to serve the Empire, and the answer was simple. Because they'd seen what we'd seen, and suffered much the same. In a hell where all were condemned, they chose to betray one brother to save another. That's how the Guardians win. not by breaking you, but by making you break yourself. By making that choice the right one for a man at the end of his tether. Healing only begins with liberation, and some scars never will regardless. Those who have returned from foreign lands may have difficulty carving out a living here, but the ones who'd pledged allegiance to Garlemald... This is not the Amigo we dreamed of. But after 20 years of misery, I'd not see it all thrown away because we can't come to terms with the past. That's why I formed the Silver Griffins, to see that no one is cast aside. It's a cause I support, and that's what brought me here today. I've been acting as a mediator. Aye, and in the short time he's been with us, he's proven himself unnatural, but despite our early successes, the families of the Skulls continue to refuse our help. I think I see where this is leading. They're the ones who turned, yes? It comes as no surprise. Their kin tormented and murdered fellow Alamegans. Anyone with a conscience would feel shame and guilt. For some, it might be too much to bear. I think I might know why they're turning us away. It's a sensitive matter, though, so let's go somewhere we won't be overheard. Yeah, sounds about right, Punchcat. A lot of the achievements feels like, wouldn't it be funny if... and then they just put a huge number. It's about one of the men who turned. I saw his memories. With the echo. I'll not pretend I understand it, but tell us what you learned. I only caught a glimpse, but that was enough. It was during the occupation, a man raising his son. Only the two of them, but they were a family. To keep his boy clothed and fed, he chose to side with the Empire. He knew what others would say, but he did it anyway. And so he was branded a traitor. Every day his son listened to the jeering, the insults, but there was nothing he could do. When he came of age, he joined the Skulls in the hope it would make life easier for his father. He never dared to question his orders, no matter how depraved. He died in the revolution, but not before killing his own countrymen. His father wept not for the betrayer and murderer, but for the man he could have been. He blamed it all on himself, right up until the change took him. I can only pray he and his boy have finally found the peace they were denied in life. Alas, theirs is an all too familiar tale. They cannot forgive themselves, nor can they see how anyone else could. The sins of their kin weigh heavy on them. They think themselves undeserving of our compassion. If they carry on like that, they'll turn into beasts. We've got to help them before it's too late. Growing up half Guardian and Amigo, I know how it feels to be shunned and hated, to hate myself. But so long as we give ourselves and others a chance, we can change for the better. And while I might not be as clever or eloquent as someone like Alphino, I know I can make a difference. I might not be quite the swordsman I used to be, but I'm still a fighter at heart, and I owe it to Abba and Oli to make the most of this life so long as I've got it. We Silver Griffins will give our all to see that no more beasts or blasphemies ravage Gyrbania again. So, Commander Alden, do we have your approval to continue our work? Of course, there's no enemy more formidable than despair, and I'd be a fool to refuse your help. That even a single one of our people has succumbed to this transformation is proof of our failure to protect them. Therefore, I pledge the Silver Griffins my unconditional support. Together, we will prevail. Now that we have Caetsu on hand to aid the troops, I believe we are ready to face any beasts we encounter. We have one healer. One. Though I fear it is only a matter of time before others appear, I ask that you lend the Silver Griffins your assistance in the meantime. Very good. For now, let's return to the city. You're really good healers who count as like 23. We have the best healer. Well, I only have one GZD. Shiro says leave quests are of such limited use anymore. I feel like whoever set that target expected them to stay just as broadly applicable, but now they're just Disciple of the Hand and Land? That is correct. Well, they're still like Disciple of War and Magic at low level, but they does indeed not serve much use. The reason for that, though, just saying, the reason why it makes sense for them to assume that it would be relevant is because it turns out in 1.0, as in before Realm Reborn, live quests were like a core feature of the game. Like, it was part of the way that you leveled up. It was part of endgame. It was part of everything. Like, it was dailies that you had to do and things like that. So it makes sense that they would assume that it would still stay relevant when they remade the game. Then it wasn't. By the way, Orkney, good luck with Hades' Extreme and Mentor Roulette. Those who harbor guilt do so not because they are weak of heart, but because they have failed to meet the demands they make of themselves. It was the same for me when I believed that my failures had led to the Sultana's assassination. The despair and self-loathing were indescribable. I was fortunate that you and the other scions came to my rescue, that I had friends who convinced me I was more than the sum of my worst mistakes. Now we must do the same for the people of Amigo. We must help them to heal and find the strength to, if not forgive, then come to terms with who we were, so that we can look to who we can be, who we should aspire to be. This is precisely why the work of the Silver Griffins is so vital. Though our problems are not new, the emergence of this deadly phenomenon means we cannot afford to delay addressing them any longer, and we will be better for it, ultimately. Once we've decided the course of action, you'll be the first to know. Until then, may Ralga watch over and keep you. Well, I mean, sure, I think the reason why they stopped making live quests after Heavensward was because while they existed in Heavensward, people didn't do them with combat jobs. Like, there was very little reason to. Is my best guess. Like, they didn't just stop that for no reason. They probably stopped it because it was pointless. It's also worth pointing out that the 1.0 live quests were a lot more involved. Like, some of them could take longer, supposedly. And also had more variety in them, I think. We were hoping you'd stop by. I'll show you to Commander Alden at once. I do find it funny that for the ranged physical job, role quests, you visit Yugiri repeatedly. Here, it's just some rando, like just some blasphemy hunter. You're a welcome sight as always, Caetsu. Aye, and a lot's happened since last we spoke. We Silver Griffins have been keeping busy. As have I and my men, but I'm afraid we're a little slow to show. We've little to show for our efforts. Although we've been searching high and low for the blasphemy, we've seen neither hide nor hair of it. Unfortunately, everyone else has had better luck. We've received reports of lesser beasts throughout Yerbania, and putting them down is as important as hunting the blasphemy that got away. To complicate matters, rumors have been circulating that these beasts were the Skull's kin. While this was true of the recent incident in Elagana, we cannot have people jumping to conclusions, given what they might feel tempted to do. It has been suggested that we take these individuals into custody for their own protection as much as the safety of others, but that would only isolate them even further and give credence to the rumors. The recent unrest has hindered the efforts of the Silver Griffins to no end. Therefore, I ask that you aid them in their endeavors and see if there is aught that can be done. Also, you'll be joined by another volunteer. Try not to be too surprised. I thought I felt my ears burning. I said I don't need a keeper, but did they listen? Did they bollocks? Come on, don't be like that. This is what you agreed to. Besides, you never know when you might have need of a healer. There's none better than Caetsu. He's right. You've earned a measure of trust, and this shouldn't be taken to mean otherwise. Thick as thieves, are we now? Then there's no need for this sodding collar, eh? We all know it's not coming off anytime soon, but if this is how it's to be, then fine, so long as she keeps out of my way. I want the two of you to visit the Silver Griffin's headquarters in Alagana. Several relatives of the Caemmunity have agreed to meet with them, and we could do with a measure of precaution. If anyone so much as mentions the skulls, I'll deal with it. Understood? Let's get this over with. By the way, hey Cyanide and Tadeo, hope you're both doing well. And Fru. He's as much at risk of turning as anyone, maybe even more so. You don't need the Echo to see the weight she's carrying. She's still not got a handle on her own Echo either. Sometimes the visions come without warning and with such force that it's all she can do to stay standing. There's no telling what might happen when she comes face to face with the family of her former comrades, so look out for her. Please. I wish there was more I could do for her myself. But we've all got our own duties, and I'll see them through to the end. So must we all. Follow Fodola's lead. We're counting on you both, but be ready to step in, even if she curses you for it. See, that's the thing, sure, because in Stormblood, I also did my fair share of leave quests, but looking back, that was incredibly pointless, because there would have been better ways to spend my time with a combat job. It's just that, and this is actually something we talked about earlier in this stream. People think, sometimes people bring up that in Heavensward things were way better and all that, and things were way harder and all that, but a big part of it is that players were worse back then. Alright, Mewells, enjoy your evening. You think 2 tanks is needed on E12 unsynced? If it's normal, I don't know. I don't think there's a tank switch, no. Not on normal. There's no need for 2 tanks. I had a feeling Raban would send you, Caetsu, but as for her... If you got any complaints, take it up with the commander. No, it's fine. Truth be told, ever since that day at the Royal Palace, I've been thinking. Stop. You don't want to say it, and I don't want to hear it. The matter at hand, then. We Silver Griffins have been working to support the relatives of the Caemmunity, but one family has gone missing, a mother and her parents, who live together under the same roof. One of ours paid them a visit, but they were nowhere to be seen, and when they went inside to check, they found the house had been torn to shreds. Big gouges in the floor and the walls, made by a beast's claw by the look of them. You think they've turned? Aye, that's the most likely explanation. Please, do what you must before anyone else is hurt. There's no time to waste. I'll head west, you east. That's also true. If you had half-hour-long queues, there was more logic to it. The reason why I said that there was probably better things to do is because, just from memory, Fates would have given you more value. Like just farming Fates. If you want the achievement anyway, it might be less of a time waste. And see, that's the thing, Ceres. Today... the primary purpose of leave quests is to, like, if there's some sort of, like, crafting leave quest that you can, like, spam for money, that is something you can do. And if not that, then it's just for the achievement. Like, the point of it is just the achievements. And it gets particularly silly when you come to the point where it's like, Oh, this next thing is right here. When you come to the point that, like, you still need to do 5,000 combat leave quests, right? The dirge is by an envelope containing a crumpled, tear-stained letter. Read the letter, yes. Dear Mother, I hope this letter finds you well. Time is short, so I must keep this brief. Although I have never done anything to make you proud, I promise you things will be different when the war's over. Until then, take care and know that I love you with all my heart. Taking the letter back into its envelope, you turn your attention to finding the others. Yeah, very true, Space Queen. I wonder... I believe the duty roulette system was added... I think I heard that the duty roulette system was added in 2.1 or something like that. Which could suggest that, like, in A Realm Reborn, like, initially... like, spamming dungeons would have been a nightmare. It might not have been as effective either, like, while we're on the case. But if that achievement predates, like, duty roulettes and all that. Oh, whoops. Then, you know, that would explain a lot. You discover what appears to be a wedding ring, with a name and date engraved on the inside. With seemingly no more clues to be found, you decide to report to Ragnfried. Well, the thing is, something that is worth keeping in mind when people are like, well, back in A Realm Reborn, it took a lot longer to level. It might have. But then we also remember that back in A Realm Reborn, the dungeons that we just plow through now and just pull everything had the capacity to kill you much more easily. Things were harder. Things were more, like, engaging in that particular aspect. And your target was level 50, not level 90. Were you able to find anything? Though its contents neither verify nor disprove your suspicions, this letter was almost certainly penned by a now deceased member of the Caemmunity. The outer edge is covered in myriad scuffs and scratches, while the inner is marked with only a name and date, carefully engraved. Then it is as we feared. I found and killed a third. It was carrying this. Huh? That's weird. A matching ring. I'll deliver these effects to their next of kin and arrange for a funeral. As close to one as possible under the circumstances. There's no changing the past. We'll always carry it, and the scars. But no matter who we were or what we did, we are Amigans. Then and now. The Empire was our enemy then, and now it's despair. Good words and deeds will serve us best in this fight. Weapons even an old man like me can yet wield. Thanks to the two of you, the missing villagers may finally be laid to rest. I and the other Silver Griffins will redouble our efforts to prevent any further tragedies. I've finished checking the wares, sir. Everything's in order, someone said from off-screen. Good work. Take a rest, lad. You've more than earned it. Keep this to yourselves, but Everett's younger brother was a member of the Caemmunity. He's exactly the sort of person we're trying to help. Like many of the others, he was reluctant to talk to us at first, but after we'd gained his trust, we were able to help him find work. He's taken to it well. It's her. The butcher. Oops. Traitors. All of us. Kinslayers deserving of hate and death. Hate and death. Bruh. Hey, Fadola, maybe you should have stayed at home on this one. Get back! Get back! Your random person has evolved into this. Stay away from her! Bruh. She just saved your daughter. Technically. Fadola saved your girl's life. I know, but she's... And? Go on. It happened in an instant. That poor lad. But it had to be done, and without hesitation. Would have been much worse otherwise. Could you go after Fadola and see to her wounds? I'll do what I can here. I do have to say, there not being an Aetherite in Dravanian hinterlands is often awkward. Oh, yeah, I have to go to Materia's cave? Oh boy, I sure hope I have unlocked flying in this zone. No? Oh boy! I'm fine. Leave me be. Are you sure you don't want a little aspect of benefic? Just a teensy tiny aspect of benefic? Just a little one? A little teeny tiny region? No? Okay. I said I don't need your help. I'm a healer, let me do my job. Gods, you're like a dog with a bone. Go on then, make it quick. Take this! Oh, I can't do that. Can I give her Helios, maybe? Part of a healthy breakfast. Helios. Not to be confused with Helios. A curl can't change its spots, and there's no washing the blood off my hands. Nor would I, even if I could. Taking up Guardian's steel was the first choice, but not the last. Like the first kill. The hardest. Every choice after that came easier and easier until I stopped counting, stopped caring. You tell yourself it's right, it's for the greater good. You give the order, feel the ground tremble as the cannon fires, and when the dust settles and your own men are buried beneath the rubble, and you tell yourself, me too. Ah! You mustn't give in. Huh. Ah, is it that easy? Just don't, Lamau. Should have said that to the other guy. Just don't turn. That man in the village, I saw his past. I'm the one who killed his brother. I'll be alright. I just need a moment. Can you wait with me? Yeah, exactly, sure. Have you tried not being depressed? That also never works. Oh, thanks. That's a great idea. I'll just not be depressed then. Maybe it says the shades make the scenes 1,000 times better. Well, thanks to Ymir for those. Everything the Skulls fought for, the sacrifice we made, the things we did, in the end, it was all for nothing. Sometimes I look back on the road I walked, and the bitterness I can still taste, and I wonder, if I'd grown up in another time, another place, would I have done the same to different people? Was it always in me to be me? All I know is, everyone would have been better off if I'd never been born. Maybe not. But I was, and I dragged others into a hell of my own making. I remember these two brothers in particular, childhood friends of mine. The older one enlisted with me, but the younger... He would never have made it as a soldier. He was too kind, too good. Ansfried died at Specula Imperatoris, but his brother's still out there somewhere. Not that I've got the courage to face him after what I did. I hope he's found the life he deserves. Not all of the Crania Lupi at the towers died that day, though. I know from one of my visions that at least one survived. Rudolph. I'm glad he made it out, but too many others didn't. Too many others still need our help. I helped make this blasphemy, and by Ralga, I'll kill the bastard if it's the last thing I do. Rudolph made it out with his big red nose, as you can imagine. Anyway, that's enough out of me. I'll be heading back to the city to make my report. I suggest you do likewise. I wonder if saying don't turn works on Seraphism? Probably not. I will have to say in regards to this, the magic school boss, I wish it was like transparent or something, so you could see everyone seated inside it or something. Sure, says maybe you just need to slash comfort anyone who's about to turn. Even better, you just have to slash no. Just... don't do it. Just this. And then they just stop turning. It's Galaxy Brain time. Welcome back. Fodola's already given her account. I'd like to hear yours too. So she almost turned into a beast herself. We'll have to take that into consideration before sending her into the field again. As far as the events in Alagana are concerned, the two of you did well. Despite the appearance of several beasts, you were able to prevent any further casualties. However, this serves to confirm that those with connections to the Crania Lupi should be considered at risk of turning. Over the years, many of them have drifted away from the larger settlements and taken to living in secret. Others made their way to Uldar as refugees, including some individuals of interest. As such, we'll be working closely with the Immortal Flames to locate and offer support to those refugees in particular. In fact, I plan to make the journey there for an audience with the Sultana. Once my preparations are complete, perhaps you might accompany me. I'm sure she'll be glad to see you. I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Gassel. The thing is, having the ability to basically weave emergency tactics after every GCD means you have the ability to mega spam heals. I don't know what the exact point is, but you can see that Sage doesn't have a similar option. My best guess and this actually kind of relates to deployment tactics, is that maybe they're trying to make the healers pairwise differentiate in a specific way, in that, like, I don't know, like, I don't quite know, but I get the impression that they're trying to make it so that White Mage is like the GCD-centric healer, and Astrologian is not, of the pure healers, and maybe they're trying to make it so that Scholar is similarly the GCD-centric barrier healer. Where Sage is not. Emergency Tactics has a 15-second cooldown, if you have forgotten. I thought it was 5 for some reason, but... yeah, I mean, changing it to 1 second means that you can hyper spam it. Here to see Commander Alden, I take it. This way, please. Oh, by the way, Wolf's Den Pierre music. I forgot to call it out the few last times. Our request for an audience with the Sultana has been accepted. Before we depart, I'll share what we've learned since we last spoke, which is 2 minutes ago. The blasphemy continues to elude us, all the while driving the others to succumb to despair in turn. Even with Amigo and Ul'dan forces searching for signs of the beast and more potential victims, we've yet to discern a pattern in the chaos. Nevertheless, if our blasphemy is like others, its behavior is likely dictated by the passions and regrets of the man it once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and the life he led may help us track it down before it strikes again. We don't want people to shun the families of the skulls any more than they already are, but the fact remains that the vast majority of the beasts have been born from them. They're the ones at greatest risk of turning, without question. Fordola concerns me too. She came close to transforming once before, so I think it might be best if we keep her out of this after all. She deserves a chance to make amends. I'm inclined to agree with Caetsu. She was able to resist the transformation and has shown no signs of succumbing since then. If she wants to do her part, I say we let her. There's also the part that she might just despair if you don't let her. So, you know, if only I could go in her stead. Actually, I was hoping you'd come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she would benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles our people face. You'd gain from the experience too. While she's not the sort to brandish a sword and charge into battle, you'll soon discover she's a champion of her own arena, as brave as any warrior. I doubt she'd have much to learn from the likes of me, but it would be an honor to make her acquaintance. Arenwald and I will go on ahead and wait for you in the hustings strip. We'll see you on. The weirdest part about that solicitation is, and we kind of talked about this before, but endless raid wides would probably not make it more interesting. In some ways, it might be even worse if it was just constant raid wides. Because then that just means that you're constantly spamming AoE heals. Like, that's not exactly that's not exactly inspiring either, is it? Oh. Well, at least you did it, Emir. Master Papashan was just telling us that Nanamo, or should I say Lady Lilira, has gone on another of her jaunts about the city. Though it is not my place to question her grace's judgment, I do wish she had consulted me before running off on her own, and perhaps I'm overthinking it, but it's unlike her to keep guests waiting. If I may say so, sir, with blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's a dangerous time to be going for a stroll. I suspect that may be the very reason. She wishes to see for herself how the citizenry fare in these trying times. Even so, it's downright reckless. We'll find her, though. No, I couldn't possibly allow such esteemed guests to... Come now, we might be here on official business, but we're old friends, and as you may remember, I've a knack for tracking down errant sultanas. Some might say that knack is rather charitable. I should be glad of the assistance. I'll take a look around here. Quizzing the locals will give me an opportunity to learn of recent goings-on in Uldar too. Well then, there's no time like the present. Fear not, with me on the case, this'll be over before you know it. Well, Gazel, I think if they wanted the Seraphism mode to just be mega spamming healing, they could have just made it so that, like, the GZDs during Seraphism don't apply shields and just heal for a lot. But they gave you the option, so that it's probably intentional that you can choose. It actually upgrades your Adloquium during that phase, so it would give you an even bigger shield when that happens. It's been some time since I last combed these streets for young Lelita. As a matter of fact, Papa Shan and I would compete to see which one of us could find her first. As I recall, most of the contests ended in my favor. The trick, you see, is to look past the disguise and pay attention to the gestures and mannerisms, the tiniest movement that might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. Follow Robin's lead and try not to fall behind. And then it just sprints off, just... Dragon Moses bosses deciding to pick on DPS at random would be more challenging. Yeah, exactly. If the bosses attacked, like, did something more frequently, but just hit individuals, that would actually be probably be more like interactive, because instead of just going problem solved, you'd have to like throw greater healing on that individual. I don't know, Raban. You said you knew. Why would she be in one of the pots, Rauban? That's odd. Tried all her usual haunts. You've tried like 3. So unless she's hiding inside a barrel or something equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. Gods, why did she choose now of all times to run off? What if she's been abducted or run afoul of a beast? Perhaps we could try asking around? Aye, I was about to suggest the same. We'll find her a lot quicker if we start by narrowing down who we're going to ask. Come to think of it, something Papa Shan said caught my ear. He thought Nanamo went on this excursion because of the emergence of the blasphemy and the beasts. Better understand how her people are coping with the situation. If so, she'd be driven to seek out the most desperate and destitute. Pearl Lane, then. But I ask that you lead the way. I'll admit, my ability to track missing persons may have dulled somewhat. Pearl Lane has ever been plagued by pickpockets and the like. I'll watch your back, so go ahead and give the search for Lydia your full attention. It is pretty funny. It reminds me of the reverse of what was it? Y'shtola going. I have no idea how to like make a portal to like the first at all. And in the same patch, Like the same MSQ stuff, at the end of it, she's like, I know exactly how to make a portal to the first. While it may not be immediately obvious, conditions here have improved considerably of late. Her Grace continues to support the rebuilding efforts in Gearbania, which has led to the creations of jobs for many of the locals, both here and on the other side of Bales' wall. Great. In every society, there are the haves and have-nots, and seldom is this divide more sorely felt than here in Uldar. Many of the young and able-bodied work for Lolorito as guards, though he earns more in an afternoon than most will in a lifetime. Ain't that the truth? No, Lady Lilira. Da-da.
Raban, whatever are you doing here? And Caetsu too. Well, I am glad to see you both. Our meeting is not yet due to commence for several bells. What is the meaning of this?
We were worried, and with good reason. These are far too dangerous times to be roaming about alone, Your Grace.
Haha, some things never change, but I assure you, I'm quite capable of looking after myself in my own city of all places. More importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how the people have been faring of late, that I might be better prepared to participate in our discussion later, but I have finished. You will be comforted to hear.
Then pray allow us to escort you to more amenable surroundings. Would you care to ride on my shoulder?
Certainly not. You have already attracted more than enough attention.
Sure says, you know, I'd kind of like if someone tried to grab Lilira, and she just turned and shanked them to prove that she could take care of herself. That is an excellent question to me. I'm guessing that he just draws it like this, like shring, which is not optimal. That is true. It is a little weird to do these quests after the MSQ. I believe they have like some sort of vague explanation for how it's possible that it's still happening, but it is mainly in regards to the primary blasphemy. The rest of them don't really make any sense. Like, because the primary blasphemy, of course, happened when the quest started. Having one arm isn't optimal. Indeed. You have a point. That is not optimal. If you want to optimize in Final Fantasy XIV, I recommend getting 2 arms, for starters.
I thank you all for making the journey here during these difficult times. During these difficult times.
What?
And it is my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Eorzea, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your continued dedication to our cause.
With respect, Your Grace, I'm just a soldier. Was a soldier.
Still, I say, Commander Alden would not make such a distinction, and neither will I. Yet you yet serve your people and provided solace to many of Amigo's most vulnerable. If we are to deal with this threat, we must forearm ourselves with knowledge. 2 forearms, in fact, Rauban. I understand you come bearing information regarding the blasphemy and its victims.
We have indeed. I feel like you're choosing your words a little in a mean way right now, Nanamo.
Hence the need to locate families of Caemmunity members who have fled to Thanalan. There's no end to the struggles faced by Alamegan refugees, and those who once pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But rest assured that irrespective of their pasts, all will be treated with an even hand. 2 of them, in fact. All will be afforded such aid as I am able to provide.
Arnwald just also going like, you know, I do feel like she's really having it out for you, Rauban. Magnanimous as always, Your Grace. What was that with hands? If I might be so bold, I have a question. Why are you pointing to his hands like that? His singular hand like that, Nanamo? What do you have in mind for those most at risk of undergoing the change?
I believe there's but one recourse. Earnest and open dialogue. While some are born into unimaginable wealth, others suffer great hardship and oppression. The circumstances of our birth are beyond our control, our fate subject to the whims of the gods, some would argue. I once thought myself a prisoner to my fate, a figurehead, helpless to watch on as my people starved, a powerless puppet. I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside, to free us all, but failed for my naivety, and then was afforded a second chance for my privilege. The world is unfair, terribly so. But we have the power to push back against inequalities and injustices, if not overcome them on blessed occasions, to love our neighbor and share in life's bounties, to open our hearts and come together as one. Like as one with only one hand. Anyway,
truer words were never spoken.
But without the support of the people, such words are naught but vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads with the monetarists have met with some success. Despite differing views on many subjects, we yet strive to find common ground.
Common ground? We've been pouring all our efforts into aiding families of the Caemmunity, and while it seemed to help to a degree, some have still succumbed unturned. Of course, they're not the only ones in danger. Alamegans everywhere, whether they sided with the Empire, fought for the resistance, or were caught in the middle, they all suffered. They all wake up in the night at times, haunted by memories of death and despair. We know what can happen if those feelings are left to fester.
The legacy of the Imperial occupation will not soon be forgotten. Rather than seek to forget, mayhap it is necessary to remember, to acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those they have lost.
Aye, a remembrance. I propose we hold a memorial ceremony for those who died during the war. This feels weirdly familiar. Everyone, no matter who they were, what they did. Let them be loved. Let them be hated. But above all, let them be remembered. And in the remembering of the dead, in their honor and their sin, we, the living of Amigo, may yet find a sliver of common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust one another and risk inflaming tensions could be a recipe for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the married in the room and do nothing to address the situation. As long as we leave it to the individuals to decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Organizing an event of this scale will require a great deal of effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me, and we'll put the plan into action. Obviously, some will balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable, so I'll be listening to their opinions as well. After all, we want it to be a ceremony that brings Alamegans together. And I was wondering, Your Grace, if I might ask about your approach to, well, talking to people, winning them over. As you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'd be grateful for any advice you can share with me.
Why, I would be delighted to. As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you.
And on that note, I suggest you and I return to Amigo. I do think it would be so funny if every time Rauban is in like an extended discussion, like the writer for that particular story just gets too caught up in the fact that he only has one hand and just keeps make like hand references and arm references. Like not intentionally, it's just, what would be a good word for this? What would be a good way of speech for this? Ah, yes, hand, arm, and things like that, because the guy with only one arm is right there. Also, hey Ham, hope you're doing well. Also, absolutely definitely, Rauban also always does crazy damage in fights he participates in. She's doing her best to not say would be a big step and other leg related. You know, that's a good point, Kat. Arenwald and Rauban is like the worst combo. What would be a good word for this thing with moving forward? We should... This would be a big step forward, and Arenwald is like, excuse me? And Rauban is there with a hand problem, and Arenwald is there with a leg problem. I knew Arenwald would make a good impression, but he's outdone himself. Not only has he found a new avenue in life to explore, but he's taken to it with considerable aplomb. And while his proposed memorial ceremony is bound to have its detractors, I have faith that many will come around. Not all, but enough, I pray. For our part, we must stand at the ready for whatever may occur. I shall send word if there are any developments. Yeah, it is weird that Arenwald just has like a regular wheelchair when there is the technology to do something better. There you are, Caetsu. Indeed, there I am. I didn't move anywhere, Blasphemy Hunter. Is that your first and last name? That's wildly convenient. Yes. My parents named me weirdly, like it doesn't even follow the common naming conventions of my race. Yeah, they just knew what was right for me, and it turns out, yes, Blasphemy Hunter, that's my name. Actually, my parents were named Hunter, so that's convenient. Commander Alden has asked me to convey to you the following information. At present, we are looking into reports of missing relatives of the Cranialupi. With the cooperation of the Silver Griffins, we are currently searching for any clues as to their whereabouts. Thanks to the concerted efforts of Ragenfried and the others, the general public has been willing to cooperate with our investigation. Though many still harbor feelings of distrust for the collaborators and their kin, they've grown more receptive to our cause on the whole. Arenwald's been making steady progress in preparing for the memorial ceremony. He plans to host a meeting between the various community leaders to go over the finer details. In fact, he was wondering whether you could assist in delivering the invitations. If you can spare the time, you should be able to find him in the Mercantile District. Anyway, that's all for now. I have a few other matters to attend to, such as blasphemy hunting, so if you'll excuse me, duty calls. Yeah, blasphemy hunt, yeah. Why would you name your child Blasphemy? Good question, Fru. Maybe she was an accident. The same reason you'd name your child Hori. Let Arenwald ride on Rauban's shoulder. Yeah, isn't it weird how it's only for Nanamo? It's her seat, for some reason. Can Smol Kai sit on Rauban's shoulder? Is that allowed? Thanks for coming. It should come as no surprise that planning a memorial ceremony for a whole bloody nation... Is it bloody? Would keep a man busy. But by Ralga, this is something else. The hardest part's been gathering information on those who died in the war, especially when it comes to the skulls and other conscripts. And they're the ones we need to treat most carefully. If we don't acknowledge the crimes of our kin and all their painful truth, then we do a disservice to their victims living and dead. But if we let people paint them as monsters who did monstrous things, things we believe we would never do, then we perpetuate a different but no less dangerous lie. As for preparing the event itself, I'll be holding a meeting with members from each of the settlements around Gerbania. I've sent invitations to most of them already, but I was hoping you'd help me with the last two. There's Mraz Nun in the Peering Stones and Sarisha in Viranilia. I'll give you one for each. Small Kai sit on Big Kai's shoulder? Maybe. Big Kai doesn't have big shoulders, but it could work. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they refused, considering how their people suffered at the hands of the Skulls, but I hope we can remind them that deep down, we're all just people trying to survive, to protect our loved ones. We may have driven the Empire from our lands, but as long as we hold fast to the grudges born of their attempts to divide and set us against one another, we'll never be free of their legacy of cruelty. With that in mind, I've included an account of my experiences with the Silver Griffins and the people I've met. Victims, collaborators, their friends and their family. Men and women who lived through it all. Survivors. Even if they refuse to join in the ceremony, at least they will know, and hopefully understand, our reasons for holding the event. Granted, I've not had much practice in writing important letters, but I think they'll get the message. You being the one to deliver them will make a world of difference, I'm sure. Take care, won't you? Maybe a piggyback ride instead. Oh yeah, that could also work. Are they both over there? Roll out! Maybe like a princess carry. Although maybe Smol Kai is kind of small for that. Greetings, my friend. It has been too long since we last spoke. What brings you to my village? The weight of the words within is almost tangible, in addition to the weight of the paper itself. Is it a heavy letter? She's the Sultana, so she needs a fitting throne. True. So the rumors are true. I need not read this letter in full to know its contents. I understand that Ragnfrid's volunteers are working to support the families of those lost in the war, which few will deny is a worthy cause, but to include the relatives of the Crania Lupi? The Skulls watched the Empire slay us in our thousands, and still they turned their cloaks and fought for our oppressors. And you would ask us to mourn the deaths of these curs alongside their victims? It's a really long line. You have every right to be angry and to refuse. Orenwald wishes only that you read his account before coming to a decision. To dismiss it out of hand would be discautious. Very well. The good paper! The thick paper! Family. As none, my tribe is my family, and I know all too well the responsibility that brings. I would do anything to protect them. Anything. Loyalty, pride, conscience, my very soul. All are meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. I suspected some Skulls had been faced with the self-same choice, but to see how their kin suffered, I cannot say I do not understand, though I wish that I did not. Their crimes will never be forgiven. They cannot be. But I, and any others who are willing, can offer our prayers for these tortured souls and the men they could have been. I accept the invitation, not on behalf of the M tribe, but as Mraz Nun. Though I will put the question to my people that they may decide for themselves. I'm also eager to make the acquaintance of the person who wrote this letter. He's not wont to turn a blind eye to the bitter truth. Painful though it is to confront. The meeting will be the perfect opportunity to take his measure. That is an interesting point, sure. But I guess part of the logic there is... This is something that has come up, like, occasionally before, is that sometimes something absurdly extraordinary happens multiple times in the story. And the best way... I think the best way to come to terms with that is that the story of the Warrior of Light, the player character, is extraordinary. So it makes sense that extraordinary things happen in that story. Even if it sometimes borders on absurd. Like, there's this particular quest in the Ruby Sea where, like, the turtles are like, oh yeah, we've been looking for this particular thing for years. Could you take a look? And then you go out and you're like, oh, it's right here. Huh. And, like, I know some people were like, that's absurd. Like, that's ridiculous. On the one hand, they could have just not included that in the story. On the other hand, that was just a reason for stuff to happen. And the reason why it happens for the player is because the player is extraordinary. And that's also true, sure, but the Warrior of Light is exceptional, and that Warrior of Light happens to meet exceptional people.
Welcome. To what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
This. She just eats it.
Then it is as I suspected. There have been rumors that such a ceremony would take place. Although you have traveled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn the loss of the fallen if the Crania Lupi are to be counted among them. Like the Kalyana, they chose to aid the Garlean oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who would pillage our lands. Cowards and traitors all. And are we to assume that Kalyana who died fighting for the Empire will be honored as well? If so, that is all the more reason for us to refuse.
Those are really long. Arnold understands and accepts that you might refuse. His only request was that you read his account and then decide.
If you insist.
Then she ate the letter. Yeah.
No one was spared suffering in the occupation. Not the resistance, not the collaborators, not the families of both. No one. That so many would die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls only to lose everything, is a tragedy and a lesson. If they are forgotten, then the lesson of their folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, I will join you in remembrance and implore my people to do the same. In mourning may we strengthen our ties with our neighbors as well. By together facing our past, we can build a foundation for lasting peace and prosperity. It would be my honor to attend the proposed meeting, and I look forward to personally thanking your friend Arenwald for his dedication. I and my peers have much to learn from the example he has set.
That is an interesting point, sure. I think Smol Caetsu has done some part of that story. Not all of it. Nope, not all of it. She just left it hanging at some point. She do be like that. I'll do the daily. What? A quest with a story? Oh, that'll take a lot longer. Maybe next time. So, how did you fan the fringes? Let me just take my umbrella away. They said that about me? It's rare for me to get such glowing praise, especially from renowned leaders like Sarisha and Mraz Nun. More importantly though, they agreed to attend the meeting, and I've got you to thank for that. After all, I imagine it's hard to turn down an invitation when it's hand-delivered by the Warrior of Light herself. Before I get ahead of myself, though, I must remember that this is only the beginning. Bringing everyone together is one thing. Coming to an agreement on an extremely divisive issue is a different kettle of fish entirely, as Her Grace was quick to point out. But as she's taught me, if our cause is just and our hearts are true, those of like mind will surely answer the call. An answer that they have. While there are bound to be differences of opinion, I'm sure there's nothing we can't overcome if we put our minds to it. To that end, I was hoping you could join us, if you've the time to spare. There are still a few loose ends Ragnfried and I need to tie up beforehand, so we'll meet you in the palace as soon as we can. Just having you there will make a world of a difference. That's a possibility with the nun thing. But it is a little... Admittedly, it is a little bit strange, isn't it? That the nun of a tribe straight up isn't the leader. But maybe what they really meant by that is that it is a possibility that the nun isn't even the leader. And then they worded it weirdly. I don't know. Here for the meeting, yes? Yes. Yes. So, while we all agree upon the importance of the ceremony, we recognize that the inclusion of the Crania Lupi will be distressing for many. I too lost family at their hands, and I would never ask others to forgive and forget. But for all their crimes, they were Alamegans, just like us. None made the decision to side with Garlemald lightly. They had a choice, and they chose to betray us. Who among us have not made difficult choices for kith and kin? And do not forget that Fordola chose to stand between us and a primal. What does that have to do with it? What does that have to do with it? Exactly. Papa doesn't have to be in charge, but he could be. That is a very good way to put it. And yeah, that does make sense. I think the reason why the nuns we have met both happen to be leaders is because due to the way that the game is presented, often the tribes we meet and the people we meet are weirdly small groups because hundreds of NPCs would take up a huge amount of space. And we simply haven't met a tribe like that is big enough to justify a different leadership. Brothers and sisters, arguing will avail us not. The fate of Amigo rests on my shoulders and yours. Unfortunately, I do have two of those. On those of every man, woman, and child that calls these lands home. To uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones, we all know the weight of these responsibilities. It was that selfsame weight which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was. And though they chose a different, unconscionable path, in the end, we all wanted the same thing. To deliver our families from persecution, that they might live to see one more day, because another day in shame and self-hatred was still better than none at all. The regretful dead are survived by their despair, a despair which threatens to drag us all into an abyss from where there is no escape. Know that it surely will if we welcome it into our hearts out of disdain for those we cannot forgive. But we, Alamegans, will not be so easily defeated. We will stand united and conquer this menace. That emote was really weird. It was quite clear that it was only his upper body doing it. Every Alamegan who fought and died did so in the hopes that one day we would be free. And we are free. We are free. By the blood of our fallen brothers and sisters, we are free. Free to lock away the pain and pretend it has no power over us, until it festers and takes us in our beds. And free to lay it bare and let it breathe. To acknowledge and to mourn our people at their best. And their worst. The past is ours to bear, all of it, for ourselves and for future generations, so that they needn't suffer like we did. Let us make Amigo a nation where no man is left behind, where he can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded the chance to make a right one. Yeah. Two more quests after this, I think. That went better than any of us could have hoped for. You have my gratitude for your part of the proceedings, but we both know who the real hero of the day was. This was all Orenwald's idea, and it was his words that finally won over the naysayers. Now that we have the community leaders on our side, we should have a much easier time convincing the rest of the citizenry. Of course, holding the ceremony is by no means our final objective. No matter what we say, some will refuse to attend. It is my hope, however, that it will still serve to provide a measure of closure for us all, and to ease the plight of the vulnerable and ostracized. Speaking of which, you will recall the incident with Fordola and Alagana. The young girl she saved and her mother wished to thank her personally. Considering what happened last time, though, I have reservations. It would be a valuable opportunity to present a former skull in a more positive light. On the other hand, I don't need to tell you how unpredictable she can be. And that's before taking her echo into consideration. But that's a conversation for another day. Go and get some rest. You've earned it. Alright, that's enough rest. Next quest. Hey, Weather Witch. Hope you're doing well. Apparently, we get a fish from this quest.
Something terrible has happened. It's Fordola.
She's escaped. Let me drop my umbrella.
She was accompanying a squadron out on a training exercise. One moment, she was there, and the next, she was gone. I didn't think much of it at the time, but she's been acting strangely ever since she went to meet that mother and child. You know, the ones who wanted to thank her for saving the girl's life. When I told Commander Alden about it, he went charging off to Alagana to ask them if they have any idea where Fordola might be. I thought about going after him, but when I heard you were headed this way, I reckoned it'd be better to send you in my stead. Godspeed, Caetsu. Also have blasphemies to slay and hunt. And yeah, indeed, sure. It's probably like, with these quests, it's particularly strange. Usually with the MSQ, they go, take a rest, you deserve it, when like a major patch quest is over. But with these, the only reason you'd have to take a rest and come back is because the next quest comes one level later. So like, if you actually did them as you progressed through, then you would have to go and come back. Ilana basically said the same thing. Hey Tristan, hope you're doing well. Good night, Ceres. Hope you have a good evening. Or a good night. I do realize we're probably not doing the final role quest thing this time. We'll do it next time. It will be done. But not this time. We'll probably also do MSQ stuff next time, though. But we only have one patch left. So, well, one and a smaller patch. We'll do both. We'll make it.
Caetsu, I wasn't expecting to see you there. See you here. You've heard what's happened, then? Just as Fordola was beginning to earn our trust, she's given us the slip. As you may know, she wears a choker enchanted to prevent exactly that. If I were to give the order, she would be dead within moments, and she knows that. She took the risk anyway, so I have to believe she has a good reason. That's what we're looking into now. We were hoping Claril and young Lily here could shed some light on the matter. We'd like to ask you about your conversation with Fordola, if we may.
Yes, of course. I know she's the butcher, or was, at least, but it didn't seem right to go without thanking her. That's why I requested the meeting, to express my gratitude and my apologies. She was quiet at first, just stood there as we spoke, and as if she weren't even listening. And then I mentioned the blasphemy, and she looked at Lily, and all of a sudden clutched her own head and cried out in agony.
The echo.
Can you remember what you were thinking about at the time? A man. The one I saw in the city. What? Who? Did he have something to do with all those people panicking? I think he did. When I was waiting for you, I saw him. He was by himself. He looked poorly, so I asked if he was all right, and he said yes. He had a nice smile. He got up and started walking, but then... he was shouting and screaming. I was so frightened. I didn't want to talk about it, not even to Mom. I wish you'd said something sooner. I'm sorry, Poppet. This is my fault for leaving you on your own.
The man who turned into a blasphemy, I'd wager. The girl saw him, which means Fordola has now seen him too.
There was one other thing. When Fordola was having her funny turn, she said something. Charlie. No, Charlotte, I think. Yes, that was it.
Ring any bells?
Can't say it does, but if he has anything to do with the skulls, the Silver Griffins should have some information on him.
We'd best have a word with Ragnfrid then. You've both been very helpful. I'd also like to thank you for being so kind to Fordola. She may not have said it, but I'm sure it meant a lot to her. I have a couple more things I'd like to ask, so I'll catch up with you later. I totally agree, by the way, Ham. I wish that, like, there was, like, some sort of timer so that if you ask, like, if you talk with them again immediately, they'd be like, I'm pretty sure like, something that maybe makes better sense if they went, you know, on the other hand, we actually already have the information we need. Like, they just kind of adjust the story so that it kind of makes sense. That would be funny. Also, it's good to hear that you're doing well, Tristan. I hope you had a good time with the convention stand. Charlotte, you say? Yes, that name came up during our recent investigations. As I recall, he served under the Viceroy during the occupation, and his whereabouts is currently unknown. Had an older brother named Ansfried, one of the Crania Lupi. Which would give him a sorry, I'm stealing your line. Which would give him a connection to Fordola. Is there anyone who can tell us more about him? Yes, an uncle, who we recently helped find employment here in Alagana. He's actually the one who asked us to look for Charlotte. You'll most likely find him working at the Sleeping Stones. As it happens, I was planning to bring him something to eat. I'll join you there shortly. Like I said, we'll need some time to... Oh, wait! Link Pearl! Yeah, indeed. Exactly. That could be a way to do it. It's very, very strong improvisation, right? Wow! Such a healing over time. He's far away. Yeah, from what I can see, like, this is the last quest. It would give the most XP of them. Back when I did the last Aishiascope run, I would not have leveled up from just doing this. So we would have, like, done this quest, and then I would have been level 89 still for the last part. Probably for the best. We did an extra run. I brought my strike squad, Rauban. Is there anything to be attacked? Perhaps we should have asked what he looks like.
Such improvisation! This was not my intention.
Still looking, eh? That's him, over there.
Pink.
I hope we're not interrupting. No, of course not. It's good to see you, Ragnfried. My word, the Bull of Amigo and the champion of the Alliance. What brings such esteemed guests to our humble quarry? At ease, my good fellow. We merely wish to ask you about your nephew. Charlotte, you found him. No luck then. No luck yet then. Is there anything else you can tell us? Or about his childhood, perhaps? Wasn't much of one, I'm afraid. Poor boy's life was ruined long before he had any say in the matter. His parents and I swore allegiance to Garlemald to secure ourselves and our kin citizenship. All the good it did us here, living amongst our countrymen who treated us as pariahs, took its toll on him and his brother, to be spat on as traitors by association. One thing led to another, and Ansfried, together with most of his friends, joined the Imperial Army. That's how it started, you know? The Crania Lupi. Guys is loyal little pups. Do you remember the names of these friends? Yes, they had quite the reputation growing up. There was Emmeline, Rudolph, and the angry little girl who grew up to become the butcher herself for Dola. Charlotte was part of their group too, yes, but from what we've heard, he chose not to become a soldier. Would have lasted a day in training. He knew that better than anyone, of course. Not that it helped him to feel any less guilty for turning his back on the others. He blamed himself for their deaths, for not stopping them when he had the chance, for not being strong enough to fight by their side. Maybe save them, maybe not, but he wasn't there, and he wished he had been. Then one day, he was gone. Wherever he is, I hope he's safe and well. Bad news for you, uncle. So do we. Thank you. The information you've shared should prove useful. And for you, I brought some food. Why don't you call it a day and go and enjoy it with your family? It's 5 sensor beans. Welcome back, Weaver. Let him have the peace of let him have the peace for now. Back to Alagana. Only 5 jobs through? I'm like, oh boy, I'm looking forward to leveling, let's see, 4, 8, 16, 19, 21, at least. And then eventually Blue Mage and Beastmaster. Yeah, initially you'd probably want to level one of each role, or like each type, to like do some sort of role quest, assuming they keep doing that. I don't even know if they will. So not only was his brother a member of the Skulls, but Charlotte himself was a childhood friend of Fodola's. I'm told he refused the support of the Silver Griffins as well. He's been trying to make his own way for some time now. His brother and his friends died at Specula Imperatoris, save for Fodola, and the gods only know how he felt about her after that. Or how Fodola felt about Charlotte after seeing Lily's memory of him transforming into a blasphemy. Brother of a man she killed and a childhood friend besides. She thinks she's responsible for this. That's why she ran. To kill the beast. I never thought I'd say this, but I'm worried about her. Fodola is a survivor and an outcast herself. Exactly the sort of person the Silver Griffins are trying to support. You've seen for yourself the sacrifices she's willing to make, and if you can learn to feel sympathy for her, maybe others can too. I think we have enough information for the time. Sorry again, Roban. I think we have enough information for the time being. Let's return to the city and plan our next move. Back we go. Viewer says, have you covered your Beastmaster speculations anywhere? No, I've sometimes talked briefly about it. The problem is we don't know anything. I've said that we know, like, what I know is that there are Beastmasters in Boja, and they use a one-handed axe and a shield. Usually like a small buckler or something. Beyond that, we don't know anything. But it would be nice if they, like, actually have pets instead of just, like, summoning something as an attack, a bit like how Summoner does now. Maybe they have a mix. That could work. Because the thing is, if they just have pets, then I'm like, that's going to be a lot. But if they have, like, you know, a few pets that are, like, bigger pets, and then they have, like, a lot of, like, random things, like random beasts that they can briefly summon in to tag in for an attack or something as other actions, you know, then we have something. But we don't know enough, so I feel like it would be silly for me to, like, make a speculation video on it. Actually, the speculation video I have made was a video where I went over what Viper could be back when we initially saw Viper revealed. Like, I basically went over and explained that the things we had seen, what they could be, to just show the possibilities, just to show that we knew nothing. So it would be weird for me to start to make a Beastmaster speculation video because we don't know anything. He already lost his arm and now you're taking his lines as well. It would be hilarious if Lion suddenly was the teacher. That would be awesome. I would love that, honestly. Yeah, I've defected from Garlemald and all that. I'm just some guy now. I just train beasts and fight things. Would you like me to train you? I've assigned a few of my soldiers to assist the Silver Griffins in investigating Charlotte's background. With luck, we'll find him quickly, and then we can prepare for what must come after. We're all but certain Charlotte's the one who transformed into a blasphemy, and so there's naught but to be done but to put him out of his misery. As for Fodola, I put Manago and her troops in charge of tracking her. Once they found her, they have my permission to lend whatever support they deem necessary. If it comes to it, I may ask you to join the search. Until such time, I ask that you take this opportunity to rest. He is a fish, by the way. I was convinced that they would have given an explanation for this fish. Like, that there was a story reason for why they were handing me a fish. But there wasn't. It's just, you should rest. Have this. Even better, he hasn't defected yet. He just thinks you're neat. I'm totally not lying. I'm his brother. Totally. I also want to try Beastmaster, by the way. I'm more excited for limited jobs than the, like, true jobs in some ways, because the limited jobs have endless possibilities. Like, the thing is, Beastmaster could be a job that controls 3 pets simultaneously. It could be, and it doesn't matter whether it's broken or not. It's possible. It could be anything. Whereas Viper and Pictomancer, we knew they were going to be DPS already. Like, we knew they were going to be DPS. We had a pretty good idea of what they would be already before we even saw them. We had an idea. Riaglita says Beastmasters were in 11 were also single axis. And if you used Ninja as a sub-job, you could dual wield. But one-handed axe was their highest combat skill. Ah. That's nice. Good job, Riaglita.
Thank goodness you're here. Commander Alden needs to see you right away. Follow me.
I can't. I'm in ley lines. Keep it contained until I arrive, but do not engage if you can help it. Understood? That was Minago. Her unit has found Fordola, or rather, she has found them. In fact, I have Fordola on the search party's link pearl. She wants a word with you. This is urgent, so be quiet and listen. The blasphemy, my friend, is right in front of us. I tracked him down, and when he spotted me, he started heading towards Specula Imperatoris. Look, Caetsu, I need your help. Charlotte's not... He never wanted to hurt anyone, but this thing he's become is... Can't leave him like this. I've got to stop him, whatever it takes. I'm on my way. I owe you.
This is Minago. Can you hear me? We've got the blasphemy it's on the move. Go ahead, get ahead of it, but maintain distance. We need to... Fordola, what are you doing? Fordola! Fordola! Get back here right this instant, Fordola!
There's no time to waste. They need our help.
Don't just pull the boss because it moved, idiot!
Sub-job systems have always been interesting, like where you can like combine two in a way. Radiata and Alagiri are not that far from Specula Imperatoris. If we let the blasphemy slip through our fingers, it doesn't bear thinking about it. And while Fordola is determined to slay it by her own hand, we can't allow her recklessness to put the lives of others in jeopardy. The time has come for action. Are you ready? Yes. Yes.
Hold the line for as long as you can. Commander Alden and the Warrior of Light will be here any moment. Stay strong.
Da-da-da-da-da. He has a low blow that works on bosses. You've done well. Leave the rest to us.
Yes, sir. Get the injured to safety.
Coward. Coward. Traitor to them. To everyone.
Ooh, flashback time.
Wait, I didn't see that either, Elena. Did he draw it from his left side? Isn't his sword on the right? That's a medium height blow.
I wish there was another way.
So do I, but fighting's the only thing I am any good at. Makes me wonder how I ended up with such a clever brother.
Too clever for my own good, maybe. Just the thought of going into battle, about getting hurt, about having to hurt other people.
He's a bleeding hard, our Charlotte. Sooner befriend a fly than shoot away, but much less kill it.
I could kill if I wanted. I could. But you don't. There's no shame in that. Leave the soldiering to us, Charlotte. We'll show the Guardians that what we're capable of, get the power and respect we deserve, and then things will change. They will. You'll see.
And now we can watch the sword draw again. That's a good point. What a twist. Things will change. Just a moment. I think I'm fine on repair. It was just that I had gear upgrades that I hadn't used. Here it comes. Wait a minute, his sword isn't on his right now. They moved his sword to his left so he could correctly draw it from the left. But in all other situations, it's on his right. That's amazing. I just went, wait a minute. Right. He's a bleeding hard, our Charlotte. Sooner befriend a fly than shoot away, much less kill it.
I could kill if I wanted. I could. But you don't, and there's no shame in that. Leave the soldering to us, Charlotte. We'll show the Guardians what we're capable of. Get the power and respect we deserve, and then things will change. They will. You'll see. We found a place for ourselves, and you'll find yours soon enough.
I like her dress. It looks familiar, doesn't it?
All right, that'll do. Everyone who's enlisting, meet back here tomorrow. In the end, what good did I do? They gave everything they had to give, while I hid like a rat waiting for the storm to pass. Coward. Coward, coward. Ah!
I don't feel like I act superior over you, Zip. Coward. Coward. Better dead. Better forgotten.
It's not your fault, Charlotte. It's not. You didn't do anything wrong. And I'm the coward, the traitor, the butcher. I'll always be the butcher. Don't you dare, Fodola!
Plunge!
You don't get to end it. You don't get to give up. I won't let you. You have a lifetime to make amends and atone, to become something more than you were. But if you die here, you are everything they say, everything you believe. Is that what you want?
She's not going anywhere. Because she has to defend me!
Arenwald, why are you here?
Good luck, Ymir. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. I can't fight by your side, but I can still cheer you on. I've seen your past, Charlotte. How you were left behind while your friends rushed into battle. It's bloody hard, isn't it? Wanting to do something so desperately with every fiber of your being, knowing that you should be able to. You should, but you can't. So you find another way to support them. Your way. You did that too, didn't you? You were there for them, even if it didn't feel like it, but you were, Charlotte. You were. What is going on right now? He does. Well, is anyone else getting disconnected? I don't know if I skip this cutscene, it skips the whole thing. But I'm going to mash until we reach some new dialogue. I'm on Materia, like I'm on the Materia data center. Yeah, it's a possibility that there's just a weird connection from Europe or from me even to Materia right now, and it's just messing up. This is the I disconnected earlier today as well. But this is absurd. I don't think I've actually disconnected during a cutscene before. And now it's happening back to back.
Punch!
As a friend of mine once said, not all heroes are forged in the fires of battle. The history of Amigo is written in blood. While we cannot change the past, we can change the future. And for that, we must all play our part. All of us. You too, Fordola. Are you kidding me? Okay, I'm trying something else. I don't know if that helps, but this is insane. That is absolutely insane. That quest just will not finish, huh? Have you not meant to finish this quest? Whatever the case, this is extremely annoying. Really takes the emotional part of this story out when it gets presented like this, don't you think? By the way, Matoro, which solo duty was that? The one in Garlemald, where you're in the body of your Garlean soldier. Oh, that would be extremely frustrating to have to repeatedly try again. Not only it's a long one, but having to repeatedly go through it like that? That would really take, like, the emotional impact of it out. "'Tis I, the bringer of disconnects." The cross on my face actually indicates that you're going to get disconnected again. You too, Fodola. Ansfried, Emmeline, one day we'll be together again, but not yet. You'd never hurt anyone, Charlotte. That's not who you are. You'll be remembered as the kind soul you always were. Charlotte. I'm counting on you. I have 2 tanks. A really, really bad group composition. Could I have at least 1 DPS? No? Okay. How about Manago? She's right over there. Could I have her? No?
As one.
Can I give you cards? I can! Excellent! Okay. Then we're cooking with gas. I would have preferred if I had your health bars in a party frame or something. That would have been nice. No tank, no DPS for you, only tank. At least I have 2 of them. Fodola's trying to take aggro, do you see it? The shield lob spam is real. Why was only I knockbacked? I didn't mean to do that, but I call shenanigans. They both... Did they? I didn't even notice. You know, I have been through this one before, Fodola. I have had the game meme on me with a, "Oh, you needed to use a Suna for that one," in the Shadowbringers role quest line. So I was ready for it this time. Okay, Fodola, let's do it in the most inefficient way possible. Why not? Ow. Nice. Was I supposed to get hit by that at the end of the day? That's a weirdly aggressive debuff. Oh, you got hit by one? 15-second down for the count. Yeah, and Rauban also used invuln and cover. What role is he? what job is he? I guess he's a gladiator? Like, that kind of makes sense? That was extremely unnecessary, Rauban. Why did you do that?
Try this!
So that right there at the end, the AoE bursts were high enough that you could just wipe if you're not ready for it. That's pretty nice. Is anyone going to tell Vodola that that's not how it works when you become a blasphemy? Yeah, exactly, Fru. Thank you. I mean it. You know, there's this thing about blasphemy. Actually, never mind. She probably doesn't need to know that. She's been through a lot. She's been through a lot. How about me? I had to see this like 4 times. You better, game, you better not do it again. I'll actually get angry.
I've been looking everywhere for you. Have you now?
You tell her how it works and she becomes another blasphemy. That is actually a good point. Maybe it's for the best. Just say how it works, like, out loud, and then, like, just a chain reaction of people just turning into blasphemy. It's just, what? We put down the last remaining beast spawned by the blasphemy. It's a pity we could do naught for those who turned, but that we were able to prevent further casualties is nothing short of a miracle. It's astonishing too, looking back at Charlotte's case. Although his existence spurred others to transform, he never attacked any settlements or travelers. Even when he underwent the change in the middle of a crowded street, those who were present escaped with minor injuries at worst. I think that deep down, his compassion is what kept the raging blasphemy at bay. The only time he emerged from hiding was to journey to the place where his brother died. Aye, it's clear he still retained some semblance of his former self. Another victim of the Empire's terrible legacy, along with his friends and so many others. But the Crania Lupi wasn't the creation of the Imperials alone. Many of those youths sought a place with them because they were denied one with us. That's why the memorial ceremony is so important. It's our chance to face our past together, to give them in death what we couldn't in life. Not deny anyone a place in memory, even if it hurts or makes us feel ashamed. And yeah, his sword is back on the right. You will be attending, won't you? I haven't been ordered to, so I suppose not. In light of your leal service to Amigo, I intend to have the conditions by which you are bound east. Providing I'm able to obtain approval, you will be granted a degree of freedom. At the very least, we should soon have no need for that choker. There'll be no objections from me. You've done well. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were smiling. Well, I for one couldn't be happier her efforts are being recognized. It gives me that much more motivation to continue my work with the Silver Griffins and bring the people of Amigo closer together. Got to do my best to keep up with a certain little lordling, eh? I think we've done enough for one day. Time we got some rest. Allow me, as both the guardian of Amigo and as your sworn comrade, to express my thanks for coming to our aid in these desperate times. In these desperate times. Ford. Corolla. No matter what manner of disaster may befall us, your presence alone is enough to keep the flame of hope burning bright. Aye, even someone on the very precipice of despair, such as Vadola, can find salvation in your guiding light. Laying it on a bit thick, aren't you? You're something of an immortal flame yourself. Hey! Ha! Been waiting for a chance to use that one, haven't you? I like to think I can still pull my weight on and off the battlefield, but that might be a bit generous. In any case, it's safe to say we've all benefited enormously from your sterling work here. We couldn't ask for a better healer, or a better friend. Our ambassador in Radzatan will be relieved to learn of our successes here. If you happen to cross paths, give him my regards, would you? When you can't decide between normal and reverse grip draw. In this fight, I'll do like this, and then flip it. In this other fight, I'll like reach over. I'm not sure what works best. I'll go back and forth a bit. That is a good point, Adio. Maybe the reason maybe it works differently now that Meteon isn't in the picture anymore. I don't think they ever, like, touched on that, and I don't think they specifically said that. I'm pretty sure that it's just that the transformation completely replaces everything you were with not ether, and the soul is ether, so... Greetings, how goes it in Amigo? We did it! Eliminating blasphemies, helping organize memorial ceremony. They've certainly kept you busy. A fine example of going above and beyond the call of duty. I'll be sure to send word of your exploits to Uldar. Wait till the Sultana hears about this. Her Grace will not be the only one to welcome this news. On behalf of the Grand Company of Eorzea and our allies, allow me to express my most heartfelt gratitude. Ta-da! See, now there's an extra quest. We'll have to do that next time. I think what we will do next time is... I think we'll do the final MSQ. Let me just check here. I think we'll do the final MSQ and then we'll be able to do that quest next time as well. If you would like to be on the picture, you're welcome to. I do realize that me being on alpha means that a lot of people are now suddenly excluded. I just feel like if I come back while there's this trouble right now, I think I'll just disconnect during the G-pose itself. And it'll just be... So I'll stay here, but if you would like to be in the thumbnail for this, we'll be taking a picture with Vashan. Then let me know that you're on the way. I'll wait a bit. Trevor says it's weird. It's weird seeing these from the post-Endwalker perspective. I did all the role quests during Endwalker when I was going through it, and the dialogue was different. Was the dialogue different? That's pretty important. Like that is actually really, really important. And I don't think I've heard anyone mention that before. Just reiterating that I'm on Alpha Light right now. Nice one, Ymir. I could imagine that most people did those role quests after the MSQ. Personally, I feel like it's insanely... It's a bit wild that they'd expect it that they'd expect you to, like, in the middle of like the level 89, 90 stuff. I mean, I suppose they're sort of expecting that that you'd have already, or rather that they've sort of expect you to be already level 90 just about when you like get to the final bit. Ham says they mentioned that the final days have ended if you have finished beating up the bird. Versus just references to the final days being ongoing. I suppose that does make sense. I expected there to be a bit more. But I suppose it's also difficult to write that story in any other way than like this. Because the quest has to make sense regardless of when you do it. Yeah, personally, I didn't do a single one of them before finishing the MSQ. The reason being I kid you not. I was like going through the MSQ on Summoner and Scholar, and I saw those quests and were like, that's a waste of XP. So I didn't get around to do them until I had, more jobs ready to go. Is that everyone? See, I don't think it's everyone. Kiraheen said they're on the way. Ham said they're on the way. Matoro said, I don't know. Matoro is Matoro there? Can't remember that's this. I'm pretty sure Matoro is someone else. And I just Photoshop me in. I don't actually have Photoshop. So that'll be difficult. I can't actually have everyone in the party, but because you're in my friends list, it should work. By the way, you look different. Harley is your alt, fair enough. Is there anyone else still on the way? I'm pretty sure Cat hasn't been a bunny for months. Or am I just completely blind on that? If you'd like to do an emote for the picture, do an emote. If you'd like to not do an emote, remember to sit down and stand back up to reset. If you want to do like an idle pose, you still have to sit down and stand back up to make sure that it is reset. If you'd like to do an expression on top of your emote, make sure to do the expression second. I guess Cat Damon and Giraheen will have to let me know when you're ready. I can ready check everyone else. Also, people nearby must be really confused when they see this. Like, just suddenly there's just a small flash mob. You're both ready? Good. There you go. Right. That is really funny. The minion is just... Ah! That is actually perfect. I'll try to keep that. Yeah, Ilana, it counts because you did anything. Let's see if I can catch you. Oh, that's a... I mean... That's weirdly ominous. Yeah, tip for the future. Anything, any action counts as the last thing you did. Anything. So that's the thing. If you like, basically just a tip if you're trying to G-pose with anyone. If you want to be sure, always sit down and stand back up. That's why Graham is face palming. Yeah. Maybe it's actually like a pained grimace Because they're being stabbed with the back end of a scythe. Ah! That is true, that is also a headache. Oh great, I have been impaled. Oh, lovely. Oh, joyous day. I've been impaled. Here we go. Let's see if I remember that for later. Then I'll probably send it. Very nice. Is there an inn here, or do I have to go to Charlian? Something? I guess I would have to. Yeah, that does mean next time we'll be doing that, and we will doing the we'll try to do also the. Is she not wearing pants? Anyway, we'll also try to do the role quest finale while we're at it. I need to get stabbed by my gun. For all the times Zero sleeps in Ratzarhan, I feel like there's a severe lack of an inn there. Isn't it? By the way, I'm just going to hop out real quick. By the way, if I remember correctly, Dawn Trail is going to start here. So isn't it wild? The insane avalanche of people that will be here in a few weeks. Just an actual flood of players. Cat says I was a bun on the walk and talk 2 weeks ago. Fair point. I guess I just didn't, like, look closely enough. Like, Ymir can attest to the fact that sometimes Ymir can hang out all day, several streams, and it'll take hours before I'm like, wait a minute, you look different. You can dye the Astrologian gear now, that is true. But I don't even know if we'll do the MSQ as Astrologian. I think we'll figure that out later, what we'll do about it. He means it's because I think it's because I Fanta too much. That could be. But still, I genuinely don't look very closely. To each quest step as a different job. Well, I sure hope I land the job I'd like to play the most in combat on the quest where Lunar Subterrane and Abyssal Fracture comes up. If we were to stick with the whole journey, we should be doing the MSQ as Dragoon, but I don't see a problem in changing. We did the whole MSQ as Dragoon because we only had Dragoon. Now, if you enjoyed the company of me or the wonderful people in the chat. Remember that there's a Discord community server that you can join where you'll find me and most of the people in the chat. You'll also find the weekly schedule where you can see what else is coming up on the channel in the coming days. Of course, I usually update that schedule Sunday or Monday, so there'll be a new schedule coming tomorrow at some point. You'll also find the announcement room where I put links to videos or streams, whatever it is, when they're planned, so you can find them right there. You can also go to the role assignments room and grab the reminder role, and if you do, you'll get a notification whenever I do post a video or a stream, and you get an extra notification around 15 minutes before stream starts, so you don't miss a second. And if you enjoyed this particular stream, it helps me a lot if you leave a like on it in the YouTube system. That tells the YouTube algorithm that this was a very enjoyable stream and you'd like other people to enjoy it as well. And if you'd like to support me even more directly, remember that you can become a member, you can gift memberships, you can use the super chat system, and if you don't like the YouTube stuff, there's also a Ko-Fi link in the description. All of it helps me directly, so that I can focus on making stuff that you all enjoy. Yeah, I think that's everything. Next time we will be doing, it will be the grand return of a Rewind Replay, which is the title of this series when we're actually doing the main quest. And then there's one more time before it's Dawn Trail. Ask the members what job to play. We could do that. We could do that. Maybe I'll put a poll. What job should we play for the Saturday episode? That's actually a pretty good idea, Mia. You know, come to think of it, that is actually something that I should have asked a lot more. That is actually really, really obvious. Episode Fraction 300 MS should be interesting. Yes. Yes, it should. In that case, I can inform you that I was actually thinking, maybe Black Mage is a good idea. Because it's the one that would have the least, like, double weaving problems. And I don't even know. Anyway, I think that's all for me. So good night, good morning, afternoon, or evening, depending where you are in the world. And yeah, I hope to see you all very soon. So now we just have to put Smol Guy to bed. Good night. Good night.